People show you what they love it for. They just revolutionary prepare to be disrespected beyond your imagination. Now my freedom I dey fight. Now because I don't carry that account, I'm fighting. I dey fight for my freedom.
Yeah,
So,
big shout out. How are
during
we
that
doing
time,
today?
many of us,
Hope we are
we
doing
many people who
very well.
solid enough to see identify with
We
our
want to
show.
really have an
But many
open
of
mic
us just
Sunday,
go out,
you know,
hey, when they pick you like this for our show, I know go get easy for us, they catch me like this.
open mic
I
Sunday,
tell them, say, another
where we
state,
can actually say whatever
before
it
we
is
go
in our
pass out,
mind,
we don't be solid now. Even
and
if
we
they,
also want to
they
really
don't pick around
test
me,
out.
but even if they carry around, they go, I will come at us.
We want to really test
We don't come
some
for my
capabilities that we want to really test if TikTok we can stream on TikTok. Huh? Oh my god. I have utilized all my gadgets for well. Let me just see if I can check. I just want to really check if if Civic Space is live on TikTok. Wow, we are live on TikTok. Interesting. So we thought it was a very difficult hurdle to scale, but well, we have scaled that hurdle. So we are live on TikTok. Civic Space is live on TikTok. So you're welcome, 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 welcome indeed. There's no way we can know as many as those that are joining us. So yeah, thank you so very much for joining us. Today is just like an open mic, and of course, just to well, I think this is great news for us to be able to stream on TikTok. And today is open mic. What do you think about the whole you know El Rufai quagmire? El Rufai, four people tuned to us on YouTube. That is quite a thing. It's quite excellent. It's good to hear. nice to have everyone join this discussion. Thank you so very much. It's nice to have everybody. I'm also very much hosting another space, another particular program. So yeah. Our Biafran brothers are having a loggerheads with the revolutionaries. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Do you agree with this speaker saying that if Mr. Peter Obi becomes the president, he would not grant Biafra referendum, and of course he would not ensure the actualization of the indigenous people of Biafra? Do you think that is what is going to happen? That Mr. Peter Obi would not facilitate the actualization of Biafra nation? Hello from YouTube. How are we doing? You're welcome to the live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a political oriented live stream. We believe that as far as we are concerned as African people, we need to really we must. Oh, YouTube channel? No, not interested. Not interested. We are very much, we want to grow our platform organically. Yeah, thank you so very much. We are very much interested in growing our platform organically. And I think this portrait mode is doing some magic really. See, welcome to live stream. What do you think about the El Rufai quagmire? Many people are angry about El Rufai right now, and of course, many people are worried about the revelation that El Rufai has made. The revelation is quite chilling, quite or sent shockwave in the spine of many people. That the conversation of the national advisor to the national security advisor can have his conversation hacked. Very interesting. Please try and subscribe. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. And of course, we are also on X. Well, it seems as though this Restream platform is basically structured or engineered to only give the analytics on YouTube. It's not giving analytics from every other platform in real time. And of course, it's only taking comments from only the YouTube platform. I would have loved it to take comments from TikTok also. So because we are on TikTok, we are basically streaming multiple platforms. We have to sacrifice our Facebook to be able to stream on other platforms. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We are a new channel, and our channel is dedicated to bring about intellectual discussion, basically, that would prime our people to give them the right kind of perspective to decide whether or not they want to confront an oppressive system or not. They will have to decide whether they want to confront an oppressive system or not. not be by force that they take the free. Some people are so in love with slavery, or perhaps um, repression. Let me use very sanitary statements. Let me use sanitary statements. Many of our people really, really do not want to break free. So, and if that is their decision, eh, if that is their resolution, then why do we want to go against that resolution? So, thank you so much for joining us on this live stream.
No, it's just what it is. It's just what it is. It's funny, when we try to, when we see all these people try to make some, the way we think sometimes it's not logical at all. It's not logical, that billionaires come to show off in front of everybody that they are doing so well when the people are suffering. We're not able to reconcile
What do you think about billionaires showing off?
with the things that are happening in front of us, and that's where the confusion really comes into play. Where you see person talks in Nigeria at this point, but he wants support, he wants support people, or he wants support Atiku, or he wants support Tinubu.
So we are able to break this barrier.
All those contradictions
Right.
we get amongst
Wow.
ourselves. So when it comes to
Interesting. Nice to be here. And please, we would like to take in as much comments as possible. I would have even perfected this. I will have perfected this experiment. We are basically experimenting today. It's our first time. It's our first live stream on TikTok. Our very first live stream on TikTok. And of course, it's our very first time of trying the portrait mode for our YouTube. Yeah. And I think by this portrait mode that we are trying on YouTube, we are able to have more views because people are scrolling, and of course, the views are dwindling. At a point, we were about 7, but now we are just one person watching us. So I find that very interesting. All right, the El-Rufai Quagmire is what we want to talk about. He made so many revelations. What do you think about those revelations? And of course, 100 plus people are in the bush right now. Yeah, the Kwara residents, Kwara community people are in the bush right now. And our latest AI video. Our latest AI video talked about 100 plus people in the bush with the terrorists, and the terrorists did a video, sent the video and posted the video.
I don't think that's when they talk really cool.
Yeah, Adege, you're audible. Even though we are also streaming live, we don't start our live stream anyway. So yeah, and of course, a big announcement: we are now streaming on TikTok. We were able to bypass the 1,000 subscriber mark just because we are using a restream or perhaps a streaming platform. So we're able to bypass that, and of course, we are live on TikTok now. So whatever you are saying is being heard on TikTok. So just to make that announcement. So yeah, please let's proceed. Yeah.
Come. The guys are always just doing the job, to keep us active, keep broadcasting to people all around the world, to conscientize Nigerians to understand that look, everything at the end of the day boils down to material condition. That is the first thing. What is your material condition? Can you eat food? Do you have a roof over your head? Can you afford health care? Can you do your living capacity is directly tied to the resources of the land? Those are your material conditions, especially a land where you have a stake as a citizen. And if you look at Nigeria today, those questions by and large for majority of Nigerian citizens seem to be answered in a negative light. You know, most Nigerians do not have food to eat. Most Nigerians do not have a roof over their head. Even if they do, it is a makeshift roof. Most Nigerians do not have access to healthcare. Most Nigerians do not have access to good education as well. You know, that is the perpetual position of the people. However, in the same country, like we have rightfully established, there are things you can even regard as the eighth wonder of the world, things of such capacity. In the same country, you have billionaires, you have trillionaires, you have all the political leaders being wealthy. In fact, the wealthiest political leaders in the world, in the poverty capital of the world, you have the highest paid and wealthiest politicians in the world. In the poverty capital of the world, you have the richest black man in the world and some of the richest black artists and some of the richest religious leaders in the world. So what you see is that it's stark contradiction. You know, there's an extreme poverty on the one side and extreme wealth on another side. And one would say, okay, interesting. Does this now is in Nigeria? Is it just a homogeneous state? Is it ethnic? Is it just one ethnicity? No, there are many ethnicities. Our ethnicities being shortchanged. Yes, or the oppressors, are they from one ethnicity? No. Are they from all ethnicities? Yes. Are they from all religious backgrounds? Yes. Are they from all organizations or sizes and colors? Yes. All our oppressors are from all the parts of Nigeria and practice all the religions in Nigeria. But they're able to come together and constitute our oppression. But when Nigerian people decide that we don't want to come to Nigeria to come together, rather we don't want to come together to fight for our liberation, and that's what we talk about here. Come together to fight for liberation. In the case of someone like Ochiko now, who insists that a Biafra must happen first, I still stand on my statement earlier that it is like he has said he wants something, but he's not able to even really determine how he can get that thing. Because how do you want to have a referendum without a revolution? Don't talk. How do you want to have a referendum without the revolution? It's not. It doesn't. It's not
to join us in the studio, please use the.
It's not possible. If it's the US,
use the link on your screen. If you type it correctly, just in case you have two mobile devices or you have two smartphones and you want to join us you want to join us, please feel free to join us in the studio. We'll bring you up. It's the People's Media platform. And of course, I believe if you send your request through TikTok, you should be able to connect with us in the studio. I believe. But it's our very first time, and we are using a system to connect. So yeah, I think we'll have to look into that and experiment it in real time to see whether or not anybody can request. And of course, we'll see that request. But for now, here is the link for us to really use, to connect into the studio.
It will be easier for you if you are agitating in the east, and people are agitating in the west, and people are agitating in the north. But all these people, in order for it to work, they all have to work together. They have to come together to agitate as one group. You understand? And why I'm supporting that? Because with the hope, if we support now, go show us, okay, at least we have come to show the rules first. And that is the beauty of the support. Okay, when I thought, say, now I agitate, now I come on, okay, nobody cares about you, only you want to do it alone. Some people who are not even your tribesmen have come and they have put their life on the line and say, we are coming to, if you don't want to come to us, we'll come to you first. We want to be a part of you. To show you love that we want to work with you for what you want. We don't program. We don't just talk and we program, show up for action. But you know, do the same. But what you they do on the other hand, I say you go castigate the people who don't work for you, we don't come work with you. You go cause them out. You go talk and then they confused. You go talk and they love this Nigeria so much. We have to really draw the line. Like I really, that's really where we have to draw the line. So, and you go out there to stay talk against us. When we could get our meeting on how we want to stand in solidarity, some will come to the go at the top so we did not for. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. You know, no, emotional blackmail. They say we don't know. Maybe we take confused like them. They don't know that a lot of organization is going on at the back end. We are not coming online yet. If you look at that time of the Mazon and the Kano something, none of that, we didn't see any of these Eastern governors now.
Interesting.
Senators.
Interesting.
The fact this Biafra we're talking about, how many of them you see for Abuja? We didn't see they did agitated. But you did play their mass thing for days like this. All of them started their all of them are going to visit him. To do what? That's fake. That is fake. And even till today, most of them are more busy arguing and talking about primaries than they're talking about Mazuna Kano and another fundamental just like that. Moving on. Very selfish people. How many stories about how they possibly marry the conflict connect? No, fundamental thing as well. That's the way to go about it. See, another thing is this Kochiko is back. Yes. So who are the Biafrans? We keep asking that questions. I dare anybody in this space to mention how many Biafrans that they can say, oh, these are the Biafran people. If you want to talk about AAC today, people, general Nigerians would say that they're active for Nigerian politics. There are multiple names they can call and say these people are part of the revolutionary group. These are the AAC people. These are the AAC people. We know them. You know, these are the AAC people. And there's no group that will come outside somewhere and say they are AAC people. And they will not say, oh yes, and then the leadership of AAC cannot confirm and say truly these are AAC or refuse and say no, these are not AAC people. We don't see that from Biafrans. We don't know who to take. That's why when you ask, they go to police stations, they go to headquarters of police to face the commissioner of police and the illegal IGP. What are these other people doing? Where are they? Who are they? Who are we? Where they be? As they ask, how many Biafrans do we know? That's the real question we should ask ourselves. How many Biafrans do we know? We don't know a lot. So the problem is really not that we don't want the referendum to come about. Like Ochiko, like we have proven, not just by words but by actions. You know, same way Jesus Christ laid down life for Christians, now the same way we say as AAC revolutionaries organized, we could lay down our lives in front because people did die for protest. In case you don't know, for Nigeria, people did die. We organized, we could lay down our lives for the principal Mazuna Kano. Now, I don't even ask you to make you lay down your life for sure. I ask you whether you put ballot for your front to say nobody did put you. When I only did you say whether you put you. Because usually, if you are going to be fighting the system, you should be looking at it from all angles. Rest assured, you should get into power. He will also, organize with his people to ensure that this referendum comes to power. He will do that. So you know what you don't really block off one side from which the referendum could be possible. At least I will find that that's the most viable path, as opposed to seeking a referendum from people that are willing to come to Nigeria. They've done so many things. The same UN, US that you are lobbying, they've come to Nigeria to shoot bomb. They didn't talk about referendum. They've come to Nigeria, they've put literally army put on the floor. They didn't talk about referendum. IMF managing director don't come Nigeria, not talk about referendum. Urubadu has gone to the US to meet with this thing, talk about referendum. Wait, depends on those army when you come now, they could talk about it. Now because of referendum, I was just in the US, they didn't talk about referendum. So Nigeria and the US is not as if they are.
These are interesting takes, really.
I went to Venezuela to go and kidnap somebody, they didn't talk about referendum. The US and the UN have ample time to talk about referendum. They don't talk about it. In fact, they recognize the legitimacy of the Nigerian presidency even more than ever right now.
Really.
Right now, they love Nigerian presidents. Trump is a Trump when he talks.
And this is quite interesting. I want to believe our Biafran brothers are listening to this. These are weighty registers that is being hit by some speakers on this particular platform.
Let's forget about that. Focus more on your people back home. Organize with them. What are able to organize on that? That cannot be hijacked. I think I could stop making the mind for somebody else. We just want to add to the discussion.
Interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Please proceed. No, please proceed. I thought you were busy. That's why. Yeah, I just had to just come in. But well, these are interesting registers that Adegi has hit with.
I'm sorry. So a very big shout out to your wife for allowing you to do all of these things for humanity. Mr. Fresh. It always keep my mind. We need to always celebrate that the other.
Wow, not diplomacy, oh, my brother. Are they also allow her make it? She self they pray overnight and I know they complain. So she they do her prayers and they do my own activism. So na collaboration.
And the way to give praise by action is to, be in solidarity financially. So I will share my experience. Wait, make I come back up. I will share my experience to join the party.com. No, be about doing. Also, I make it to start for that. Also, I don't show you put the life on the line. They have to eat children and wife. Actions to understand. I don't know why you think that because it's so already. If one see that kind of that, if you don't pray the next day, if you just say, please, can you give me your referral code? I want to be a member and I want to have a streaming platform. Why she said we'll push me platform. Do you guys know that? I'm sorry, do you guys know that civic space on TikTok this so very any school or ever been do we guys know that wait make I talk to you and I think you are our honorable Senate please. We have to follow. We don't have to get that now. You have to get that. Afghan boss with the money you send money to whoever you send money to start to send it back. Send it back. If you send it back, they don't scam you.
No. The reality here is not about. Well, I have already replied to Africa in the box in the back end that I will deliver his message really. So it's still not it's a transparent issue anyway. So there's no problem. If that is the route. All right. We can all vouch that we revolutionaries, we are very transparent really.
Pastor don't collect offerings. I will make sure that he reaches the Lord.
It seems as though you guys just want to have a coordinated attack against the host today. No, wala. I am under attack. I don't know who to save me.
Let's get back to the matter. Don't worry, we'll take care of our family business and our family group chat. Let's get back to the matter at hand. The situation we have on ground, the Nigerian people, the contradictions of the Nigerian people. I can see Ojuko. I don't know if he's on the listener section or if he's on the speaker's place, but I can see him close by. And if he has anything, maybe he wants to come and add. But at the moment, something interesting has been happening, in the Nigerian space lately. I don't see this city boy and village boy thing. City boy, village boy, team supporters and city boy. Now, village boy, I laugh. I have to see what that means. I just feel like it's an opposite of the city boy, or something like that. You're not saying I'm play all these people did. Yeah, that's exactly. You see, what Jim said is exactly what I'm doing. I just saw you joke and be like, what the heck? That's exactly what I was thinking. So Nigerian politics not joke to these people say that they laugh. They laugh, say city boy. A lot don't happen within this week. We say we're supposed it's in a serious country we did. Many things supposed to happen first of all. Let's get to the protest that started on Monday. We had a protest on Monday. And then the Senate president came about, the senator to sit for a so-called emergency meeting, and they say that they have passed the.
Thank you so very much for joining the live stream. Comrade Netufo, you're welcome. It's nice to meet you yesterday. It was a very nice, memorable event. So thank you so much for joining. All right. Yeah. So sorry about that. Yeah. There's so much disturbance. Yeah. I live in a barrack really. So yeah. Making an novice. So yeah. You're welcome. Oh, perhaps. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being part of this. And of course, there's a forum going on and we are very much tuned to that forum.
Interesting thing that happened within the week.
And we are drawing lessons from what very noble Nigerians are saying on matters arising generally, really.
First of all, it wasn't shocked that the ground was 7,000, and that was the first thing I saw in the video. Person tell her, person will be governor, will not be governor before 2026, the 30 ground now 7,000. You know, they shocked. That is a madness. That groundnut bottle, I remember that groundnut bottle was like 500 before. That groundnut bottle now is 7,000. I don't think.
How much is groundnut in your area? Because this is where it boils down to. Right? Oh, we have lost Metufo. But we have thank you so very much. The African Wahala. Something happened, the African Wahala, and I believe I'm trying to communicate that to you via the DM. Adekunle has also joined. All right, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Something happened. I was about to receive your request on X. I'm doing so many things at the same time, so sorry about that. In the bid to doing so many things, I'm operating WhatsApp, I'm operating X, I'm operating TikTok. Everything just I have mistakenly pressed the remove button. All right, please. I apologize for that. And I believe once that is done on X, I think there is this blocking program that person will not be able to access the space again. Although the X platform also used to do it without any form of prompts that actually call for that. People usually get thrown out of the space. X does a lot, but I think this time it is from my side, and I take responsibility for that. Comrade African Wahala, so sorry. And of course, as I'm trying to figure out how things are on the X platform, figuring it out how to coordinate it with the live stream. I'm about to get across to you personally to apologize. The African Wahala. No, this space is not. It did not crash. Really, it did not crash. That is exactly what I'm trying to explain. I am the one that pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. So sorry, the African Wahala. So sorry. I think I've sent you. Yeah, I've sent you a link to the. Of course, the link is also on the YouTube anyway. But it's not as though I'm saying if you are still not in the place to come into the studio, that is fine. The space is not crashed. I'm the one that pressed the wrong button. And once that has been done, if you press the wrong button, instead of it to press the hard speaker, if you went ahead to press remove speaker, and they are the same loop. So you have to be very careful. Once you press the remove speaker instead of add speaker, that person will most likely not be able to have access to that particular stream. It's so unfortunate. So sorry about that. The African one. So sorry. I take full responsibility and I apologize. Now in the middle of trying to press so many buttons, I'm trying to coordinate the X space and the live stream together. So I pressed the wrong button. So sorry about that. So sorry. I apologize. You are our respected sterling speaker, so we hold you a very big apology. And of course, well, the streaming network is still a open window that you can explore here. You can explore the link. I've sent you a link on your WhatsApp, so please explore that link, and of course we can have a conversation on the live here. All right, because the window for the X is most likely closed as a result of their policy around this whole thing. Around if you go do mistake, press the wrong icon instead of pressing the add speaker. If you go press remove speaker, that's it. And of course, the X platform used to do it too, like unilaterally throwing people off the platform. That also used to happen. So, but this in this case, I take full responsibility. So sorry about that. It's an entirely big mistake. So yeah.
My co-host, I think you should continue with that, sir. Because some of us will retire and go TikTok. One go join games for TikTok. Join the organization. I don't know. Can anyone hear me? Yes, you have been heard.
Yeah, Ochuko, you are audible, Osuko, yeah. Well, that is not quite intentional. Yeah, it's as a result of people having so much conversation, and of course, it's not as though it's deliberate. No, it has nothing to do with that. So don't come and paint that kind of situation. Yeah, all right. There's no deliberate act to shut you off. In fact, I am making deliberate action to ensure everybody have a chance to actually express themselves. So yeah.
Quite a lot has actually been said, and especially Ojuko, please mute your mic, sir. Hold on, it has not gotten to you. We have very important matters that happened over the week to discuss. Let's
Comrade Gentle Cargo, Comrade Cargo, I beg, let's allow Ochiko to go, then we'll return back to our normal program. I beg, no vex. No vex. Wow. I believe Gentle Cargo is a Democrat. He's a Democrat. You have to fall into the majority carry the votes. Yeah, you're welcome. Very much welcome to the studio, Comrade Shinwa Ilara. And you must have been hearing the voices of, the background voice of some of our comrades. So yeah, we have been discussing. It's an open mic. Yeah, so the mic will get to you very soon. So sorry, and of course, just to inform you, we are also streaming on TikTok. So whatever you're saying is also very much being heard on TikTok. So we have had our platform approved on TikTok, and of course we are streaming on TikTok. And we want to dedicate maybe 1 or 2 days in the week, because as it have it, we would have to sacrifice one of the destinations for us to have access to TikTok. So we have really sacrificed the Facebook. So we'll be alternating Facebook and and TikTok. So this streaming platform, we can only host 3 destinations. So we have chosen today to have YouTube, X, and TikTok. But other days we'll be having YouTube, X, and Facebook. So we go to run them together like that. So yeah. And of course, Ochuko is about to say some things that are very interesting. Yeah. And I believe it's coming out clear. Commission, am I coming out clear? Are we connected? Shimailara, are you there, sir? Yeah, I'll be back.
àwọn ọmọ tí ń bọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ yìí o.
And now they're telling us we are working to do it this way and this. Clarify it. Instead of you telling us that like, we are taking 5 million to cancel. I mean, I don't understand people which is doing that. Like to work for that. You should do stuff. Move on. I think you don't ask people. You should maybe get your answer. I think. To answer whoever is asking, whether Adeke or anyone else, there was no time in the past or now when I claim that two of you in CIB or AAC are working for NDC. There was no time. I know exactly what I said, and I even posted a tweet that I made. I can't do anything to cover it. You can't hear anybody anymore. I can't hear. It's into listener section right now. I can see me in the listener section. If you send that mic, we can come to the listener section. Then if you are saying what Jessica is saying is a lie, what is that? You just stay on space. People cannot come and put their life on the line. You asked me to respond to what Adeke said, and by extension what Jessica said. And I was doing that, and then he asked me for his face. Is that the move there? Anything for you to collect now, answer the question and move on. You cannot gaslight us here, especially me like this. You know, guy want to twist me. Bro, wait, let's repay you. No allow, no allow. You know that we are now, not just many people, the content that I think should that according to the most meaning. It's someone that visits our places and we have dialogue, we have comments, you have to assume everything and we don't put you in a position. Thank you very much for coming to my defense now, yeah? Thank you. And again, maybe I think I'm only saying because all the catastrophes so when I listen why and even just look at look forget all this many grammar, right? I remember again when I joined this place earlier on, when I started my contribution, I made it very clear, like a disclaimer almost say, I do not want to be accused of hijacking and derailing whatever conversation like has been happening now. And heaven knows that I deliberately tried to avoid and put a football and to bring in my own ideology into the conversation today. Before God and man, in all honesty, my intention was to even come to interrogate your own line of freedom fight, your own ideology, your own revolution now. And the host can even go ahead and give me witness that when I started my initial engagement, I was very clear and straightforward. In fact, I was asking questions in direct connection to what you people that believe in the future of Nigeria, what are your path forward? And I even made reference to the other people that they have resigned to their calamity. How about you? I was basically putting the ball back to your boss to say, okay, let us interrogate what you guys stand for. So, all of a sudden, I started hearing this that I am denigrating people who are fighting for me or who are doing this. I can't even what I'm saying now because they feel the heat. What that means is, if you don't keep Mazin Namikano in illegal incarceration for the next 10 years, just saying, it doesn't take one thing away from the potency of what we are doing. But that is not to say that the movement has moved on and left the leader behind or have abandoned him. Because I was hearing a lot of very funny and contradictory claims on this place. Say they don't move on. And then on the same breath of say they don't move on, the same person was also saying they have turned to go to a Mecca or some sort. So I'm trying to wonder how abandoning someone, right, and then at the same time making where they are keeping him in illegal custody, a Mecca. The two thoughts, they contradictory, but no problem. But the bottom line is this. The movement that I belong to is not a social media movement. It's not the one that if you want to gauge how many people are invested in the movement, you will come to spaces or you will come to X platform and you want to be counting, okay, or to live here, this one live here, this one live here, to gauge or to even to guess the potency of the movement that I belong to. That is a mistake that you make. Again, let me say this thing, and hopefully we can come back to it. When I talked about people checking out of Nigeria, I was not talking about the Afghans checking out. I was not talking about just the movement that I belong to checking out.
Welcome to the
I
live
wonder
stream.
why Africa in the Box decided to try to twist my statement and say some people that have checked out. How am I even sure they have checked out? Except the ones that have traveled abroad. I was very categorical and I said the leader of the TIB or AAC, Comrade Okoyele Sowore, is the one that has mostly used that statement time and time again. And he has never used it in reference to the Afghan agitators. No. He is always very straight and plain when he uses the word, referencing to say have mentally checked out. And I was expecting you to respond in that line. Because if you say people have not checked out, you will be contradicting not myself, but Okoyele Sowore, with due respect to him. So I expect you either
Only my charge now, to charge me up, only reduce the
interpret or quote what I say very correctly and reference the original owner of that statement. Now, moving on from there, I hear this like you want to know the percentage of the people who are signed up. I don't know. Am I still coming out? I just got this over from my line. Yeah, I can hear you well.
Yeah.
Very much. Thank you very much. So now the argument around whether the people are rich, the people that are in support of what we do, whether they are in majority or they are in minority, or whether this we are doing that pass or not. I will refer to it in two ways. So number one, there is every except for people who don't want to be but there is every indices to show that the people overwhelmingly
I don't need to stop charge.
But we lost you. Are you still there? I can't hear him. I cannot hear him as well. Yeah, Comrade Adege, I don't know. Okay, he's back. understand. Mochiko, you're back. All right. You lost it for a second. Thank you. Go on. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes. So I was saying that, for example, how do you gauge the quality of the people? I'm not even going to start counting the number of people that come out when the movement goes out for protest or not. You know how you know? Several times. If I ask you a very simple question now, if I ask everybody here, do you know that some people here know that the people in the southeast region have come out several to organize protest against the people that is actually back to my ear. Sorry, I don't know. There is a mic. Okay, go ahead. Yes, thank you very much. Please, I appreciate you. Now, there is the record, several accounts where you find people in the southeast souping up in mass to rally against different security outfits that the eastern governors, such as Governor Mujolima and Chukuma Soludo, the people of the southeast have rallied several times against the Bugagu, against Akune Chemba, several times. Why? Because they say these people, they are not protecting us, instead they are oppressing us. They are doing the bidding of the politicians. Now, if I ask the question, have there been any time where you saw people in the eastern region holding any kind of rally or protest against IPOB or against even the ESN that the government has done its best to label all kinds of ugly names? Comrade Buhari, Comrade Adeleke, Comrade Africa in the Box, we have left, Gentle Cargo, everyone else. Can you give me just one record of anybody, one single person or group of people holding placards and saying we do not want IPOB, we do not want ESN in our plan, like they have done against the Bugagu, against Akune Chemba? To answer your question, even if there was one, it will be staged. I for sure know that the masses of the southeastern folks actually, majority of them stand with IPOB. I know that for sure. You might see the leaders, the businessmen standing with Nigeria is because they benefit from Nigeria. But if I would say that even if there is any protest, or even if we check it, there will be one. But I'm sure it was staged. So yeah, that's just okay. Okay. For only this protest that my best friend someone to, you want someone to fund the I think you don't do this now. I've been on this place for like hours. No, please, don't do this. I always have had no problems, and then this place, thank you very much. Allow me to think. Thank you. Now, it is not about looking for validation. It is not. It is not about looking for validation from anybody. There is no need. I'm totally shocked now. Please, don't you go sorry. Comrade, I'm not able, please. No, please, gentle Kano, you will not do this either. I'm not giving you now, this man. Please now, I'm going to now. Yeah, but I have the mic. The co-host gave me the mic. So you will have to hold on now.
I think the sound is...
I'm not telling my co-host now, please, you can hear my comments, please. Because of the take of our ancestors, please, once this man finishes with the jargons that he's saying, please let us allow it. It's not making sense, and it feels like it's making sense. Yeah. If the minority is fine, transfer brother. See, when I know that, I don't respect everybody. When I don't talk, I don't know. Give me 30 seconds, make I round up our big. 30 seconds. Now, you can tell me yes, I can contradict myself.
You're welcome. And of course, the sound from there's a particular state that would have loved us to listen to, but the sound is very, very crude. It's not coming out clear. And of course, I just want to address that, and I want to save my audience the torture of having to listen to that kind of sound. So sorry about today's live stream is experimental. Let me just use that way. It is experimental. So please bear with us. Grow with us. Alright. Let's grow together. Alright, and of course, please thank you so much for your understanding in this regard. And of course, you can actually join us in the studio to have it's an open mic. It's an open mic Sunday. We want to really throw the many things have happened throughout the week. Many stuff have happened throughout the week, and of course, we want to make sure we give people the honor to really basically express themselves on anything whatsoever, especially the drama between L5 and the system.
Feel free, you can go on. If it's going to, he asked a few questions.
Why they were pushing for that self-governance from the imperialists, from the British
these imperialists, you ask yourself the question. Those of them that were already serving in the government of Great Britain, because remember that prior to 1960, every government that was operating from Lagos, from Kaduna, from Yoruba, from anywhere, Enugu or anywhere across Nigeria, they were all governments of the Great Britain. They were all governments of England, under the Queen of England. But they just stop them simply because they were part of the government they follow. They just stop them from fighting for what they thought was right. So how convenient is it to start making the excuses that because we have some heads, criminals, self-serving kleptomaniacs in Abuja who put their interest above our collective interest, that because of them we should lose our right to self-preserve and self-determine. My brother, think about it now. Think about it. And then to add to that again, you laugh at people who express optimism that they want a United Nations supervised referendum. And again, it is convenient for you to get fixated on the fact that I said I want a UN supervised referendum. However, I said that was just one route, that is just one way. I made it very clear on this place this evening again that route is actually a favor to the mother NCC, the Nigerian state. But otherwise, it is not the only way, and the other ways are very much active and open. I made that statement, but nobody talks about that part. Instead, you have fixated that I am calling on Oyibo big man to come and rescue us. And you can then lash on it and say, I am waiting for the same people who are responsible for our mystery to come and rescue us. Meanwhile, you also forget at the same time that the entity called Nigeria, which you are so eager to preserve, is also the creation of another big man, another Oyibo, another conqueror, another imperialist. Or is it not? Is Nigeria no longer the creation of the same Oyibo? What is the meaning of hypocrisy again? And you get offended that I dare advance my conviction. It's not right. If you are coming to equity, come with clean hands. Let us not be in the business of looking for who will win. Let's just be truthful and be factual. So, in concluding, let me say this. IPOB, like I said, as a movement, is not the property of an individual. As a matter of fact, there used to be a deputy leader, a deputy Nnamdi Kanu. That deputy was removed from office not by Nnamdi Kanu himself, but by the leadership of the movement, which is actually up and above, which is the executive responsible body of the movement, which Nnamdi Kanu himself opened his mouth, even in open force, and explained before the whole world that look, the day-to-day running of this movement that I lead is carried out by a so and so group of persons. Now, let me make it clear again. Those group of persons, they are not charlatans. They are not the animals that you see declaring independence, referendum here and there, forming government in exile here and there, telling you that they are their prime minister, they are this, they are that. People can continue to claim that there is confusion, they are not organized,
so much
they are
noise
that, they are some charlatans are the ones speaking for them. You can continue all you like, but I know several times on your spaces.
So much background, so much. And I don't think my audience deserve that kind of noise, really. I don't think you guys deserve that kind of noise. so sorry, we have to really do some of this experimentation for future broadcasts. It's exactly the reason why we are calling it an open mic. It's an open mic. So please bear with us. So sorry. So sorry. Hmm. What do you think about the El Rufai issue? I am still waiting for people to really send feedback using just as simple as just dropping a comment really. So yeah, many people would call the El Rufai issue a very big scandal that the country should do something about. The whole idea of hacking the phone call of the NSA, National Security Advisor, is a big deal. People find that disturbing, and I also find that disturbing. If Verify can actually hack the phone call of the NSA, so really, don't you think it's cause for concern? Why is it a cause for concern? Really, that it's a cause for concern that the the phone call of the National Security Advisor in Nigeria was hacked. Everybody pretend as if nothing happened, even those that are our brothers and sisters in the north. The intellectual ones said nothing about that. They do not see this as a security breach. If they can, if they can do it to the National Security Advisor, and if the National Security Advisor is also part of the chain of command that issues, right? What if there is a security information that the NSA was passing across? Now, so any third party can listen to it, and of course, it tells a lot. All of the billions of dollars that has gone down the drain. Argument can be made that what is sabotaging that effort is the fact that the enemies can tap and hack the enemies can hack into the conversation of the National Security Advisor. And they can actually see exactly how the next move, every move of the Nigerian state is being listened to by the outside world, by the enemies, and they can tell. I can Anybody can make that argument, all right? That the reason why we've not been having successes with our military tactical thing is all thanks to the fact that the phone calls or perhaps the communication network of National Security Advisor that happens to be one of the top echelon in the rank of our security architecture. The conversation is being heard by the enemies pretty much. That is very troubling. Don't you think so?
This is the struggle that you put forward. I stand with the statement that I've made before. You said, oh, the people on your side, if the people are not on your side, then we should urge the government to, in the referendum, when the referendum comes, then the people will not be on your side. But you all will not see if the people are not on your side or not. I don't understand how that makes sense, to be honest. Like, look at Nigeria, for example. Can you confidently boast of the average Nigerian voter voting for what is his best interest, what is in his best interest as we speak today? What is the level of consciousness of the average Nigerian voter?
Interesting.
He's aware that there's a problem. He's aware that there's corruption. He's aware that there are people who are stealing from him. But do you know that the average Nigerian voter is willing to vote for a Peter Obi and say that the Peter Obi is on his side? Does someone tell you that the mindset of the average Nigerian voter is one that is not, sensible? Absolutely. The most violent thing for any Nigerian person will be two things: either a revolution or secession. Those are the most viable things because, like you have rightfully said, Ojukwu, the Nigerian state is failing the people. So the other thing is anybody in Nigeria will say, I don't want to be a part of the system anymore. This particular system anymore. I don't want to be a part of it. No problem. We agree with that. That's what you have said. That's what we too have said. We have said, okay, we have to do a revolution. What is a revolution? All of us that are being cheated, all of us, the majority of us that are being cheated, let us first of all come together and decide what is best for us, and let's push out all these people who are cheating us from, the gameplay. But what you find is that in Nigeria is that people don't even know who their enemies are. So how do not tell me that in the East you have the majority and that if that referendum comes, I think it is declaration now. Because all the facts, you speak about this organization, you speak about what this organization, you say, was there ever a protest against IPOB? But we know in Nigeria, African boss was answering you. I was like, let him finish answering you first. When you finish answering, then me, I'll talk. And I'll point out different protests that happened in Nigeria. When people were agitating against the citadel that you said that people volunteered to be a part of. In Abia State, they agitated against the citadel. In Anambra, they agitated against the citadel. What the IPOB said was the Nigerian people are the ones that claim they want to be a part of the citadel. People are agitated against the citadel. African people said something that even if they me say, to prove that you do not have the majority, there are multiple ways for me to prove it. That you do not have the majority on your side, consciously on your side. Let me put that there, maybe that will make it better. How many people do you have on conscious Biafrans who say we want this Biafra? That is the question I'm asking you. Because you want them to bring about a referendum. And you now say, okay, you want a referendum. You don't want to go through war. That is the first step. How do you get a referendum? First of all, the Nigerian constitution does not allow a referendum for secession. That's the first things first. So, legally, you can't even get it from the Nigerian government because they do not have a provision for that. That is the first things first. Okay, you now said no. Since the Nigerian government constitution does not allow it, we the Biafra people will do it by ourselves. And when I say, when you say you the Biafra people do it by yourself, it has to be the majority of the people in Biafra states that say. But when we look at the majority of people in Biafra state, we still had over how many people come out for voting in the last election. You know you don't like Nigeria, that's why you don't participate in voting, or you have checked out, you're not part of Nigeria, that's why you don't participate in voting. But if we look at the voting numbers, they're still quite high. People are still really interested in being Nigerians. They're still voting for their leaders. We had at least nothing less than 3 million voters. 31% from Abia, 20% from Anambra, 27% from voting. So the majority is not on your side. You have no proof to make that statement that they're on your side. You can say the sentiment, you can perceive the sentiment, but that's not fact. That is not hardcore data. That is not real data. And that is on one side where we are talking about the fact that you don't have the numbers. And you can't even prove it with the numbers. Let's put that on one side. Let's not look at occurrences, events that are happening around us to show that you have the majority or you don't have the majority. I've pointed out a very key fact that let me say your president, let me use that word since you say it's not a one-man show, but your president, your spokesman, the most prominent face of your movement, the most prominent voice of the movement was captured, brought into the country and put in jail. He was incarcerated for so long and now he has been finally sentenced. If you have the incarcerated for so long until people that believed in your movement have to stand up for him. And of course, before they later pass judgment. We had to. So now they did not pass judgment on him. Now he's in jail for life. This is the principle of your movement, in jail for life. What has been done by the indigenous people of Biafra? If they truly have the majority, why have they not agitated in the southeast for his release in such a way that it shakes Nigeria to its core? Where is the majority? Why is the majority not involved in this agitation? This majority that you claim, sympathize, that is the people that cannot speak up for Nnamdi Kanu now, that we now want to vote for a Biafra, for a total, economic, federal change. People that can't even say no, release this man, just talk about it. They can't talk about it. Are they the ones that want to vote? Where are the numbers? Where are the numbers? You said there's this thing, people are doing something. We're trying to say, it doesn't. Look at AC. Are we not doing something? Do we not have candidates running around the country? Do we not have Showore as our presidential candidate? Are we not holding a meeting right now? Did we not hold one yesterday? You are doing your work. Your struggle is valid. We are doing our work as well. But do we have the majority in AC? No, because if we did have the majority in AC, revolution would have happened by now. If you do, or if you did have the majority in Southeast, you won't have to be talking to us about what you are doing. We'll see it. The people that have the majority in Nigeria, we see them, we see how they move. We know that we have a lot of work to do. We have accepted that we have a lot of work to do, and we are doing the work that we have to do. And that's why we're even engaging in this conversation with you in the first place. But if you insist that you have all it takes, you have all the people, you have done the work, you have the struggle, everybody's on your side and all that. Your referendum will come from the US. Go ahead with it. Struggle is the best teacher, it's scientific. This is how many years since the initial Biafra struggle, over 50 years. And you are still agitating. In fact, the momentum that Biafra has had in its past years is far greater than what we see today. Yeah. From that, don't let them go to US. So if you have to fight for them to go to US, but if they go to US, Afghan folks, you should just be against them. It is against the entire Africa. Afghan folks, must ask ourselves against the entire Africa. That is why I'm totally against that. In fact, I can fight against that. Afghan folks. Don't let them go to US, my brother. You made the statement. You know the statement that you said. That even if you go to US and US answer you, they will only now use you as their stooge. When I talk to myself and ask myself one question, what the US will ask themselves, what do they stand to gain? What do they stand to gain from this Biafra? Exactly, because it's food or they have it already. Everything they stand to gain. So the only reason why US is keeping support them is if US lost control of Nigeria, so they probably want to carve another nation in Nigeria that they can control. There are two things that will make US support them. One, like you have said, if US has lost, serious power, which is what happened with the British, which is what led to our independence. One. Two, if you are going to offer US more than what Tinubu can give them, and if you have done that, then we already know where you stand. And then, at that point in time, the IPOB becomes an enemy of a movement like the AAC, because you are going to align yourself with imperialist stooges. And we know that nothing those imperialist stooges will ever do will be good for us as black people, as a collective. So from all the angles that you look at it, you can keep doing your struggle. Nobody invites that. Go ahead with the struggle. But be more realistic, especially when you're talking to people like us with this, like I'm saying, that you can't prove most of the things you say we have the majority of the people on our side, or the UN will organize. No, those things are not. I think it is, because you actually suggested me and it's looking like more than 10 minutes. Let me talk about time here, guy. What is your problem now, this man? What is your problem? It's been like making talk for 10 hours. What is your problem? Maybe he's talking for the whole day. Are you not tired of just complicating issues for yourself? It's a matter of trust. You tell me what you call. Give me your counter facts. Tell me. What was his contract? What was the contradiction? One of the contradictions is this. You ask, okay, one of the contradictions is this. You are saying that Nigeria is a contraption. It's formed by the imperialists. But you also want them to be the ones to endorse your new state. You want them to be the one to oversee your new state. That is a contradiction in itself. That's one contradiction. Second contradiction is this. You say you have the people on your side. Well, how can you prove that to us that the people on your side when your principal has been incarcerated and the people have not, agitated about it, they've not come out to say anything about it. And don't give me one protester who came out here to argue. Maybe they are show me. How about I'm sorry, that I agree. That's a fact. Nigerians are not. It's a fact that people support Nigeria. Now people are not coming out. Even if they want to, they're not coming out. People are scared in Nigeria. People are also confused in Nigeria. I confused. It's also another factor, man. That's what I'm telling you. Some people actually choose to be Biafra, but it's either they are confused or they are scared. I don't see that coming out. I don't see that in the book. So there's another question. Ask the question. We have Nigerians who know that there's a problem in Nigeria, that there is corruption in Nigeria. But most of these people today, if you ask them to choose the president, they will choose Tinubu. Can you say that person is a revolutionary? No, that is to do with people from the Eastern Biafra.
People in the Eastern Biafra, they might have known of the Biafra. Even we have sentimental support for Biafra. They might, but when it comes to making conscious political decisions,
that lost their own to the government, right? They want their own back. They want the best. They want the best for themselves. But are they going to come out to even they won't do that.
They want the best for themselves.
They don't want their own.
But they don't want Biafra.
Sorry?
You said they want the best for themselves, but they don't want Biafra.
So I'm saying there's some people that won't Biafra, but you won't see them come out because they are scared to
I mean, they're not Biafrans. They're not a part of an organization.
Because the people didn't come out. They don't want their homes. They want their homes, but they are scared to come out.
The Warusho people came out. After any box, the Warusho people came out. That is one.
Ask the mistake. Ask the mistake. How many people came out? The mistake was there. I told you one person was asking the mistake. How can you help me? This mistake is already helping you by being there. I'm telling you, that was the one who wants her home, but she's not ready. She's scared to her pants.
After any box, listen before you answer this question. Are there revolutionaries in Nigeria?
Revolutionary in Nigeria? I would say there are few revolutionaries.
Are we the majority?
We are not even close to that majority.
Good. How many people in Nigeria come online to say that the government is the problem, that we want a better Nigeria, that what we even want is good. Does that mean that they are revolutionary?
No.
Good.
I think
yeah.
Let me. I just want to quickly ask kind of box a question. Those people who came out in Abuja to protest against the long-term incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu without a judgment, including comrades and some of them are this case, do you think they were not scared?
No, being scared is not a yes or no thing. It's a degree. Some people are more scared than others. Some people are even scared and they were there. And some people are even way more scared than people that were there. So it's not a yes or no answer. It's more about being scared.
Okay, so they are scared, but they are not. Their fear is not enough to stop them from coming out.
Exactly.
That's what they believe in. Okay, so now do you believe that in the South, out of millions of Biafrans, we can't get tens of thousands, not even hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands.
The main reason why the majority of them were not on that protest ground was that they were scared to the point that they couldn't come out. But if you can use a telescope to view their mind, you will see that the majority of the Southeasterners want Biafra. But and just as majority of Nigeria want better Nigeria. But you see them coming out to protest. They are scared to stand.
What you want your mind. The way we will know your mind, I think you say go and go back to your mind.
See, when you show the action, that means you don't care. That's why you have the action. We are here. Let me tell you something, guys. The main reason why we have a lot of obedience, right? We have a lot of people tuning into obedience. It's because they are scared of that revolution. That's why because of their fear, they tune into obedience because we give them a pseudo option that we can coalesce with this for one politician and get out a better Nigeria. They will be scared to their time, and that fear will induce their decisions, and you will see them they go to obedience. This is what I'm talking about.
Nigerians are not the average Nigerian is not scared of this thing you're talking about. The average Nigerian you see, the average Nigerian, I'll give you this example. It's after we go down, you see hundreds of Nigerians scooping fuel for that tanker. Nigerians are not scared of they will cross the desert, right? The Libyan desert, right? For a better life. So, but you are telling me that there are millions of Biafrans who believe that Biafran will make their lives better, who believe in Biafra, but they are too scared to protest about it, or they are too scared.
But they can come out in their hundreds and in their thousands to support Obi. They can come out to support people. They can come out to support.
Obi gives them a pseudo option.
That's what I did is don't you really want to see
let's coalize with Atiku.
You can either be here or be there. You can't be here and there at the same time. You can't be here. Hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish? You might take a mirror and maybe because you cannot see the quantum stuff that I am saying, bro. Okay, can I finish? Guys, let me just say something. Hold on a second, please.
You're welcome. God will say. Welcome.
Please, if you really know what African Liberals is doing, you will not stress yourself.
No, I don't know what he's doing. Me and my own is right. This is what I'm saying to African Liberals. African Liberals is saying that, they are scared. That is why they are not a part of the movement. And that is the point.
You're welcome.
And that's the point I'm making.
You're welcome, Godwin Saints.
Whether
thank you so very much. It's an open mic day, and we are having that conversation. It's open mic conversation, really. All right.
That's found at that location.
It's an open mic day where we just talk about our feelings for the week. I hope I've not lost this space. Let me see if I can quickly reconnect back to space. I think I don't go to mistake. Don't go to mistake. And you're welcome, Godwin Saint. Dear comrade, you're welcome.
Comrade, I will join in a few minutes time. I'm currently busy with something now. Thanks.
What do you say, Comrade Godwin? I think there's a little bit of disconnection here. We're having- Oh wow, the African Wala. Yeah. We are going through it right now, really, in the studio.
Or not. and I put the argument forward that in the southeast, Biafra LP has more support than Biafra. PDP has more support than Biafra. APC has more support than Biafra. If you are talking about sentiment, do people have sentiment? That is something that people can argue about. Even people have said, yeah, people have sentiment here and there. But sentiment is not support. Sentiment is not support. Support is you are part of the organization, you identify as a Biafra. I don't want a revolution, but I don't identify as a revolutionary. I'm here. I'm part of the struggle. I identify as a revolutionary. Ochiko is here. He identifies as a Biafra. That is what he wants. That is how you know people that are part of something. Not then, there are many people. Where are they? Now you say there are many people who want this. And I've told you, okay, you say there are many people. Can you give me a number? You say no. But you say we can, if we check deep down.
Peace to my comrade. Greetings to you, brother.
Yeah, I think Comrade African Wala is saying something from the live studio. The African Wala, would you like to, basically jump in? Yeah, very
Yes.
welcome. Yeah, please jump in. We'll be more than willing to take your own submission. We don't want to.
Thank you.
It's only we are taking. I'm trying to control, not lose the other space and also the live stream. So I'm a little bit rusty. So, but well, you're welcome to the live stream. How are you doing, sir? So
Yeah.
sorry about. I go do mistake. Go press wrong button. Now because I did do many things. No,
Yeah,
definitely.
understandable. You know, managing all these media platforms, you know, it requires a lot of getting used to before everything moves
It does.
smoothly.
It does.
But I just want to give you credit for this, and slowly but surely, you're going to get to a point where you are churning out information that is educative to the people, revolutionary information that the people need to listen to. So I just want to encourage you to keep on doing what you're doing. I personally appreciate all your efforts, and thank you to everybody that has been speaking on space. So is this conversation integrated on X Spaces as well?
Yes, technically it is technically integrated, but not not. I have to manually connect to the space arrangement. So, and the reason why the whole thing is just somehow, but I'll try to figure out how to do it more smoothly later. And of course, the only thing that's making us a little bit off track is because we're also streaming on TikTok. As it is now, guys on TikTok will be listening to us and seeing everything that we are saying. So all I did is just to use there is this wireless microphone. All right, here is it, and of course there is also a small audio interface here. All right, so I connected the space to the audio interface. Then I'll
If
use
possibly from my
the
end.
microphone. Oh,
Okay.
sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I can hear you now. For the last 20 seconds, it was breaking, coming in and out.
Oh, so sorry, so sorry.
I,
I was saying that I had to for me to communicate with the live stream on the space. I have to use a wireless microphone and then a small audio interface. All right, so all I did is
ah,
just connect and of course amplify it on the audio interface, and I will use the microphone so that the people on the live stream, video live stream, will be able to listen in and hear what is going on. So if I want to just communicate with people on the live stream, I will have to disconnect the audio manually. So it's quite an hectic something, but well, I'm trying to pull through. And of course, this is like an experiment. Of course, we have to also sacrifice our YouTube platform so that we'll be able to stream on TikTok. So because
TikTok.
we can only afford three destinations on the current plan that we are right now. So
Okay.
that is just it. So we are streaming on YouTube, X, and TikTok. So yeah, that is just yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for all the hard work, and it's going
Thank
to
you so
pay off
much.
eventually.
Yeah, it's going to. Of course,
Yes,
we are going
sir.
to. We will get used to it more, and of course, we'll be able to weather the storm more smoothly as we go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much for your words of encouragement and your support. Thank you so very much. Sir. Yeah,
You're so very welcome, my great brother.
thank you so
But
very much.
about the Biafran conversation, I'm just gonna say
Yes,
that
please. Yeah,
personally,
please.
you know, I feel like we don't need to beat it for hours and hours and hours because
Uh,
we, if you understand, and I'm not discouraging anybody from continuing on that conversation, but what I'm saying is, from my own standpoint, personally, I support their movement.
Yeah.
I like what they are doing. They might not be doing it the correct way, but the fact that they are standing up against a system, a country that has punished all of us, I support it. And we are all, the reason why we are revolutionaries is because we are also sick of this system. But at the same time, since the current system of Nigeria has decided to continue on an imperialistic path where we all suffer, then the Nigerian system is not going to allow for a legal route to a Biafra, for example. A referendum is not going to happen through the current Nigerian system. The only other alternative that I see that the Biafrans can use, and it's a very drastic one, I'm not encouraging it, But if that's the pathway that they choose and they can be successful, maybe that would lead to a Biafra. And that's force. You have to force your way to get a Biafra. You have to use force. Because if you're trying to go use a referendum and you want the same UN to organize the referendum, or you want INEC, the Nigerian state, to organize a referendum, it's going to be against you. Because anything that the UN or anything of the Nigerian government organizes for you is going to be against you. So the only other alternative that you have under this current system is force. You have to force your way to get it. Are they ready for that? Now, since I have personally established that the only way is force for them, then the other alternative, which might be unpopular amongst them because of their ideology of a Biafra against a Nigerian system, is to follow the same fraudulent electoral pathway to support a group that recognizes your right for a referendum. A group that is shouting about, let's throw this into the it belongs. Now, I know that just saying the AAC to you, it's going to trigger you. You're going to be upset because you're like, we don't want to waste our time following the same fraudulent electoral process. But the truth is, if people can gather themselves in mass numbers, it negates the ability of the fraud that we see in the electoral process. If people can gather themselves in large numbers, it creates a more difficult process for rigging the elections. So if nobody is saying you need to collapse what you are pursuing, a Biafran pursuit, don't collapse it. Please keep on pushing. But one of the ways that you can accomplish your Biafra is actually if you support an AAC. There is no guarantee it's going to work, but it's better than doing nothing. If you know that we either use force to get what we want, or we sit down and complain and nothing is getting done, then you might as well add a third option, which is to go back to the same fraudulent electoral process and try to gather in large numbers and support a group that supports your ideology of referendum. So that's what I wanted to say about that. The other thing about El Rufai, what El Rufai is doing, him and Nuhu Ribadu, how Nuhu Ribadu, being an NSA, having his cell phone tracked by El Rufai, well, that just further shows us how porous and vulnerable that we are, how easy we are to pick. If anybody decides to focus on us and pick us apart, they will be successful because we are just vulnerable.
Because
and that's my contribution for that.
I was so afraid that if the telecommunication conversation of the national security advisor can be tapped and can be asked, what does that tell us? That this is a security breach that is quite vulnerable for enemies to actually listen in and get a very good understanding of our security architecture, or perhaps even our strategic moves. And of course, maybe that is what is responsible for all of the sabotaging of the efforts of the troops on ground. Because this is actually what me I'm thinking in my head. I don't know whether or not I'm the one thinking that way, but with you saying it also validates the fact that not only me they think about that this is a very serious breach, and God knows how many other people that have been tapping into his conversation. And of course, if they can tap into the phone call of the NSA, National Security Advisor, how about the generals when they are making their calls, the generals that are giving the order to the commanders on ground and all of these things like that? So does it not speak volumes about how vulnerable we are in terms of technological firewalls to prevent this kind of situation? Can it be prevented? Yes, but people don't seem to have the grasp of the gravity of this whole issue yet. Really, please proceed, African Wahala. Please, sorry for interjecting.
No, not a problem. You're absolutely correct, because we saw that general that was killed, the brigadier general.
Yeah.
That's a typical example of how vulnerable that we are. And also, when these guys are claiming that they are making strategic moves, they don't make anything strategic. The only thing that they make moves that will be beneficial for them. I'm talking about the guys in power, the Nuru Ribadu, the El Rufai, the Tinubu. They only make moves that would make them remain in power. There is nothing strategic about their moves. If they call strategy where they give our sovereignty to foreign countries to control our taxes, they bring foreign troops to stage themselves in our country because they have chosen not to fight against the insecurity by themselves, because it's their choice. They made that choice. Then there is nothing special about anything that they do. They are useless. But that's my contribution for now, my brother. Just wanted to chip in quickly. Thank you so much for your great work.
Thank you more. Thank you more, the African Wala. Thank you so much for jumping in to drop your 2 cents. For the records, thank you so much. Posterity would be kind to kind and great souls like you, and that you did your best. You contribute your part. You contributed to the educational campaign of basically um, giving the people the kind of orientation that is needed for them to emancipate themselves. And no other sacrifice really is bigger than this, for you to contribute to efforts to make your people fight for their freedom. It is, and of course, that was what Femi Falana stressed yesterday during our event, Fall in Love with Freedom. And I believe only history will be kind to us. All of these things that we would do, your contributions might not be visible, but 100 years from now, with the level of technology that we have in our own era, the archaeologists will dig out this very stream and hear you speak, hear me speak, hear others speaking around the world, contributing to the emancipation of the African people, especially Nigeria. And they will say, wow, so it's not actually everybody that actually folded their arms and were looking. They are indeed individuals who stood their ground and, of course, participated in activities that would have helped the situation, or perhaps that contributed to, maybe perhaps at that time Africa must have been free. So it is two ways. It's either Africa remain the same in the next 100 years, 200 years, and of course posterity will still be kind to some of us, including you, or perhaps Africa has now achieved what is known as sovereignty, the real sovereignty, and of course the liberation of the people of Africa, such that people can now live a dignified life, and they would have to trace as many as those that participated in the advancement of the sovereignty and the liberation of the people of Africa. So thank you so very much, the African Wala. I salute and I respect great minds like you. Thank you so very much. Yeah, let's tune in back to the space that we were listening to. I think so many things have been said there that is quite interesting. All right, really.
I'm just like, okay, how do I unify the house? How do I actually get the attention of my people? The fact that we need to be a bit more organized in our demands, and in having a standpoint. We need so much of unity. So this has always been, but with Itagiro and how people are I mean, a lot of will be there. I have more opposition than supporters. Yes, because a lot of will be there. You know how the southeastern region is about P2B and the Obedient movement. You saw how they attacked Obi Kubana and Chief Priest, all the people that the city boy. Of course, where all this started from was city boys and village boys. So all of that, back and forth, city boys. So I've been getting a lot of backlash from my people, and it's always been like that. It was like that in 2023. It was even worse because in 2023, some of us were so few. I think for me, I was one of like the only person in the movie industry that supported Omoyele Shore. And up to today, I can still go back to those posts. They were raining insults. Like, it was as if, we're lone voices. I stood till the very day of elections and I kept telling them that this is a mistake and we have to support Omoyele Shore, respect of him not being Igbo and Peter being. But it's hard. It's quite hard. I think I have one of the toughest jobs to convince Igbo. And if I eventually get even 50 over 100, then I think the universe is supported me because it's the hardest thing ever now. Why is it hard? Our people believe that they've been marginalized. People believe that they've not had a chance with leadership in Nigeria. So for them, the standpoint is like someone says a Milokon, like it's our turn, but from a different angle. So to them, they believe that these are right. They've stayed this years and they've not been able to get a shot. While the leadership opportunities have gone round to the Yorubas, to the House, and back and forth. So it's hard to convince someone who thinks that way because even you sometimes you might even feel okay, is this that? But for me, my own conviction is the fact that tribe has never been something I use in trying to choose a leader. It has never been, but that's because I don't know if it's knowledge, I don't know what it is, but I know, I'm convinced that it isn't tribe. Because when I look at country,
no, it's not about tribe. No, it's not about tribe, Chama. Sorry, I interjected.
No, it's okay.
It is. This whole picture because I was talking to my dad on Sunday, right? So I was basically trying to explain. We had a long conversation about this whole P2B and show thing. For the first time, my mom and dad asked me, "Who do you vote for?" I had to really explain this thing to him. I actually shouted, yes, I shouted at my parents. It's not something to but I had to. For them to ask me who to vote for. Because it's too much. They keep shouting, P2B. But I said, Mother, I want you to listen to me and understand something. Your system is outdated. It is old. Because you cannot continue to, I said, and I was being honest, I said, you cannot continue to ask me for money almost every day. Yes, you see like that. Nigeria is not doing. Yes, I had to say the truth because right now my last born is in school. What is she doing in school? Like I'm not the one. I don't sugarcoat things. I say as it is. My family is not well to do, and you want all five of us to go to uni. Who is going to pay the school fees? It's me. I'm already stressed. I told myself I'm already overwhelmed as it is. So you cannot continue to add more. When I say let's do these things this way, let my sister go and learn a trade or something first. She's only 15 years old. She's going to be in uni right now. But African parents, oh no, they must go to uni. I said, okay, where's the money? Where's the money? I said, where is the money going to come from? You are shouting P2B, you want to vote P2B, like P2B is an Igbo president. I said, okay, I said, he was a governor for 8 years. Tell me, how is Anambra State right now? I said, I've lived both sides of the coin. I've seen it. You have to be listening to me, not the other way around. Your system is out there. You guys don't have it easy. I said, that's the reason why ANC is here. The country is not moving any further anymore. The people that you're supporting have continued to join APC. So what are you supporting again? I had a really strong conversation. He mentioned asked me, what do you? I said, sure, ANC is the only option as it is now. There's no other party you should be voting for. ADC. I said it, I was really, really angry that on Sunday. Because it's too much. I'm sorry guys, I'm going, but it's too much. I've been in Australia for how many years? Every day I'm sending money. I'm sending money. The country's not getting any better for me. And me, I'm losing out. I'm 25 years old. I still don't have savings. Why? Because I'm supporting my family back home. No. I said no more. No more. No more. If you guys continue this, I will block all of you and it will say until Nigeria gets better. Because it's tiring. It's tiring. They want money, but when you tell them this is how you're meant to do things, Nigerians don't listen. They want to do it their own way. And they can clearly see it's not working. Still, they want to do it their own way. No, I had to please. I had to really happy. It's too much. It's too much. People in Nigeria don't see how much they are losing. The country is not moving any further anymore. It's not working. You know, we need to get Nigeria moving.
If you look at it, you will find out that even a lot of people in the diaspora makes it even more difficult or worse. There are lots of obedience who live in the diaspora who are so. In fact, some of them in the diaspora would not send money to their people over here if they're not supporting people. And there are more of them over there who are investing hugely in the movement, in the obedient movement.
Yes, investing hugely.
Yeah.
How much people
when you declare that people be lost out, people be missed out on the opportunity to, salvage whatever was going to remain of this country in 2023. By the time he saw that they were going to steal his so-called mandate, even though it's clear that they see that people does not have the capacity, the courage, the strength, the muscle power from these guys, they still want to support P2B. You heard what he was saying the other day, that if they don't count their votes, we'll count you inside. What does that even mean? And they're all praising him like, I've never asked the question. Somebody should help me. He wants to talk tough, but he's still hiding under the toughness. Like he's still, shady toughness. A Sure will say, if you don't count our votes, we're going to resist you and we're going to make sure the votes count. But what does it mean by if you don't count?
What does that mean?
What does it mean?
Right? That's why today you need to call out to interpret the Bible and Quran, because it is metaphorical, right? And it can have different interpretations. So that's a way of hiding. Saying that you can come to them and say,
because he wants to hide, so that when
exactly. They can come to them and say that means we will protest, or that means we will kill you, or that means we just sit tight, or we will just count you literally.
So why should I follow such a person? I mean, why?
I don't know if you guys know, today's birthday. I just saw the balloon. Please, let's not mess up.
Today is Shore's birthday. I don't think it's possible though. Even Shore, I'll see you.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
okay for you. Okay.
That's why.
Start to do your celebration now.
Yeah, so you're going to be wishing him before us. Yeah, so basically, Mtiadiro is becoming a wave, and I love what it's doing. The Facebook post, the Instagram post I made, which I didn't even know was going to, get that amount of visibility and engagement. And I'm happily engaging because these guys, I know them. Some of them, they come with insults, some they come with manipulation. You're an Igbo girl and you're not supporting, I'm ready for them. We did this in 2020, we're going to do it. Now that I have an assignment with the party.
Do we have anyone who would like to contribute?
It's going to really be tough.
Please
and good enough.
Your mic and
so many of our people already have started seeing Moyele Sure as a leader to follow. I'm telling you.
This particular,
okay, we just had someone join from Cross River. People are joining, introducing, and I'm asking you guys, please help us push it. Push it, even though I know it.
Yeah, Adege,
how are you doing, my comrade?
Please proceed with your submission.
I mean, it's been, we've been from space to.
It's nice to have you feature in our very first TikTok live.
From space to space, from space to space. Now, what I want to call that, from Twitter space to TikTok space to YouTube.
You are not audible.
Oh, can you hear me?
Okay. Bob,
I can hear you.
Perhaps maybe I should use this headpiece.
But I can hear you.
But I don't know if others will be able to Maybe you are coming out clear from that
Can you
other
hear
side.
me? Because I can hear you.
Yeah, you are
Okay,
audible.
I've been
Yeah.
hearing you all along. I can still hear the trauma and the likes as well. You know.
Okay, 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 okay.
So yeah, as I was saying, we're going from space to space. We're on Twitter space now. We're in Restream, trimming on TikTok as well, trying to conscientize Nigerians about the situation that we are in and how things need to change. I can still hear that. Did you post it or is it just playing in the background?
It's just playing in the background. Yeah, and I cannot completely
The
turn down.
volume. Okay.
Can you still hear it now?
Yeah, because it was like kind of getting me a little bit like confused. Anyway,
But
yeah,
is it
better now.
the volume is
It's
it
better now.
manageable? Okay,
Yes, I was saying,
yeah, yeah. Please
I see
proceed.
that people, I'm sure people have been following. I was just on the Twitter space and I said, let me quickly come into the studio, utilize the link, first of all, to show people that it's easy. Once you tap on the link, you appear in the studio, they let you in and you air your opinions, what Nigerians are talking about, current affairs, state of the nation. Um, First of all, you've listened to our comrades talk. I think particularly the waves as the tides have moved towards the eastern part of Nigeria, the southeast. That is what we are discussing about today. Talking about how we can get to doing the work. And it's very unique. You can see how AAC has positioned itself uniquely. I do not know any female gubernatorial candidates on any other party in the southeast in Nigeria. But we have Comrade Chichi going for Imo State, and she has put in so much work, so much work. Most people look down on her and say she's a woman.
It was Anambra actually.
Yeah, Anambra, okay,
Yeah.
Anambra. Most people look down on her. She's a woman. She can't get the job done, but she got the job done. She participated in the politics. She was able to prove to the people that an entity can stand on principle. Someone can stand on principle and not sell out and run for the people. People are out there who want to organize with the people. There's a party representative who wants to do the work with the people. She's not looking at going to buy people, give people money to get them on her side. No. She wants to get the job done, conscientize the people, get them conscious enough to be able to make political decisions that will be useful even after she leaves office. So, it's been nice listening to that discussion as well. I don't want to hog the mic for too much. I just said, let me pop in here, say hi, and, just listen along.
Thank you so much. Thank you for standing in solidarity with us. It's not been easy trying to really maneuver, to engage across board. We have to sacrifice the Facebook. We just decided that, well, let's explore since we have been approved. We're not supposed to start streaming. If I were to be using a mobile phone, we will not be able to stream on TikTok. But it seems as though I actually explored the option on the Restream platform, and they said I should fill some forms. I filled those forms. And so, interestingly, I could bypass the ordinary requirement of 1,000 subscribers or 1,000 followers on TikTok to be able to go live, just because of the Restream platform. So we have to sacrifice the Facebook for TikTok, and we'll be doing it intermittently like that, because this Restream can only accommodate just 3 destinations. So we have to be very flexible. I just said, okay, let's just have an open mic and let's address or perhaps have some fields of TikTok on our engagement pretty much. So we are still very much experimenting how it's looking from the other side. I've basically used I've exhausted all my devices here. So I would say I have to experiment how it's looking like on the TikTok. And if you see the pattern, it's on the portrait pattern, unlike the landscape pattern that we are used to on the before we started streaming on TikTok. So yeah, we are going to use every means necessary to reach out to our people, and we know that there are many people on TikTok really, And I cannot tell. This is the part that I have to really call out the Restream platform. Really, the fact that someone has paid for this is somebody's sweat and blood. All right, $19 no be small money, and yet we cannot have analytics of all the platforms of how the numbers that we are having. If I want to take a look at the numbers we are having on X, I will have to now go and use another device to go and take a look at it. If I want to check the numbers that we are having, or perhaps people tuning into us on TikTok, I will have to go and use another device to tune in into the broadcast and check the numbers. The only analytics that I can see here is only the YouTube. And I have checked all the settings to see whether it is actually a settings issue. I don't think so. It is not. And it's not only my complaint about this Restream, but Restream is the most affordable. Let me just put that out there. Among all of the streaming platforms, Restream is the most affordable. Maybe perhaps we have to make do with that, affordability to accommodate all of these, concerns. Anyone, if I want to put up video now, I will have to wait till the video will load before it can come onto the screen. Unlike StreamYard, you see the video, you don't download them, just click them, you don't display them. And of course, in terms of user friendliness, I think StreamYard is still, I prefer StreamYard, but it's far too expensive really. So, but we are grateful that we are able to have this, and we are able to engage across all boards to feature, basically pass across the liberation message to all our people, across all platforms really. So thank you everybody for joining us. It's nice to have us, and we have been discussing. It's an open mic day really. It's open mic, so let's take a listen to what people are saying really and react to it in real time. Let's see if we can do that.
Election is in February, right? Wow.
Yeah, timetable is out. We'll
Yeah,
try
the
to
election is in
integrate it
February.
into all of our plans. How to work with
Yay! Work on that. So,
other people we asked before. Oh, we're going to go through it.
That's it. If he wins this election 2027, fantastic. I'm not going back to Australia. I'll just be.
You guys, because
just expect me to be at home.
Yeah, if you can't let that, you wear it. So, guys, my co-host, I don't know if they have engagement, our Queen of AC and the ANC joined late. Suppose they'll close the People's Power Space by now. It was elongated because of certain reasons which are genuine. I don't know if the host wants us to still continue because I see him already like streaming, and some of us still want to go do one or two for TikTok to win people over. So where is that?
No worries. I don't know.
Me, I'm trying to win my youth over. That is why. I'm so sorry. And you are seeing a lot with the youth, but there's a way to say. Unfortunately, my generation, you have to be around them for you care about them kind of thing, you see. But every time that I can speak about shows and things, at the point they are putting battling with Korea, and I always get so but I've been taking my time to speak to them about ANC show asking for in Nigeria and how much we need yet, especially this ones can't really do much. It's us. It's our job to do it now. Because if you don't get it right, once you suffer it, when we start having kids, which school? It's still the same Nigeria. The way it is, that's the school we're going to take them to. So we don't want that. So if you want change, it starts like so that's why I'm always listening with them, because I always do get these girls to speak to them about how much it's affecting them. Do you get what I mean? So that's why I'm always with them. And unfortunately, I'm young at this moment. Still having to have fun and interact with these people. So, but I am sure doing what I'm supposed to do. So, yeah, I just wanted to do that now.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm very much there. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much.
Mr.
Comrade,
Fresh.
Comrade Chichiogu, it's nice to have you once again. It's nice to hear your voice. It's nice to know that you are very much in high spirit and in great morale. Thank you so much. It's nice to always have you on People's Power Space and to have everybody really. And of course, I heard the voice of Excellency Chomai Fumalodike. Nice to have female fighters join us at People's Power Space. Thank you so much. How is the side of things, Chichi? I want to believe
It's
it's
a duo.
yeah.
It's a duo.
Nice one. Yeah. So, and I think on this high note, we would round things up, and of course, knowing fully well that we have really had a very nice meeting and a very strong engagement, and we are able to disagree, agree, edify, enlighten, learn, relearn, unlearn. We have been able to do a lot of things. So yeah, so it's a very great meeting today, and we usually have this every week by Sunday, 12 noon. So we've been having a meeting for the past 9 hours. So that is quite profound, and that is the flexibility of this meeting. Really, nobody should have excuse not to really join People's Power Space because if you say you're coming late is not an issue, really. So if you miss in your other services that you do in your churches, you have first service, second service, third service, and some churches have fourth services. So yeah, anyone who would say that yeah, I was very busy in the morning, I couldn't join, would not have the excuse of not joining in the afternoon. Anyone who was actually busy in the afternoon would not have excuse of not joining in the evening, and of course, anyone that have excuse of not joining in the evening will not have excuse of not joining in the night. All right, so I don't think there's any. I'm find difficult to come up with any excuse whatsoever for anyone not to be a part and parcel of People's Power Space, really. And so yeah, I think there is no doubt about it that um, we have we have really put out a window of communication and a window of meeting together to edify and to uplift the spirit of one another for the week. And I believe we are going to contribute our own quota to the revolutionary struggle this week because the revolution, um, uh, the fact that our people will have the mindset and the orientation to really decide whether or not they want to resist or not. And we will always respect either of their decision. If they decide to remain with the status quo, well, good enough. It doesn't stop what we do. And of course, we will keep welcoming like minds to our side. All right, we will keep onboarding like minds to our side. And if the people decide to say, well, it's time, there's nobody that's going to stop us, we are ready now. Of course, I believe the revolutionaries are also very much ready, of course, but time is of the essence, and this is the side that really humbles me, really, because time does not wait for anybody, really. And as our people seems to be postponing their days of liberation, it's concerning, but well, for our own kind of circumstance, you would have to respect the decision of people. If they are saying they want to really keep on this romance with those that they themselves consider enemies of their progress. We used to listen to the private conversation of our people, and we know the kind of names they call these our so-called politicians. All right, but it's a different ball game entirely when it's time to put in the actions, really. And of course, This also really speaks to everybody that is concerned about the Nigerian project. It is something else entirely when it is time to put in the action, to put in the work, to sit down through 9 hours meeting, or perhaps to even have a share of it, not to even participate in the whole thing. And of course, for as many as those that will have to participate in the whole thing, it's big salute to these great souls. But for the ordinary, or perhaps you just want to be member, or perhaps you just want to associate with the struggle, at least that, joining our meeting, be contributing your own number, all right, into the mix, it would go a long way. All right, would go a very long way. You are adding up to the numbers. There's nothing wrong in we having 1,000, 2,000 people on People's Power Space. There's nothing absolutely wrong with that. This platform can accommodate us, and it's one of the reasons why we have come up with this ingenious idea that we have to have a virtual space or virtual meeting of the conglomeration of all, conscious Nigerians who really want something, the alternative, all right, away from the status quo, away from the parasitic kleptomaniacs that call themselves our leaders. So we have come up with a space for everybody to really have their voice, and they can also just come in at any point in time. Like if they cannot have the chance to come within the hour of 12 noon to 3, they can come within 3 to 6 p.m. If they cannot make it, they can still come within the hours of 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. that we have right now. We are 29 minutes gone past the hour of 9 p.m. So I don't see any reason why anyone should not be part of People's Power Space. But well, rhetoric is different from reality. But what makes our reality, or what we are postulating, very much unique is the fact that we are not really asking for too much. We aren't asking for people to be part of a 9 hour meeting. Just be in one of the sections, or perhaps just chime in and just, you can, even if you're not going to contribute, just your presence is needed. All right. If you can just log in and just go do other things, it is part of your contribution, really. If it's just to like and share and comment and repost, it is part of your contribution. And of course, we believe as we enter this week, we will be able to engage all our, engagement. All right, and that's why I salute people like Queen of AAC. At any point in time, anything that drops from Liberation Charts, she will most likely be the first person to like, repost, and even comment. And of course, you can say the same about me. Whenever I see any of our posts, I come across it, I like, I share. It's the least all of us can do, and it pains me whenever I look at, our post, and it's just me and just a few other people. We can also, all of us, be posting and reposting and sharing and commenting. It is what grows our platform, really, and give us that variety. And of course, how do we now complain that we are not growing when we are not putting in the work? It's very, very important. So yeah, I can see your hands, Queen of AAC. Without delaying you any further, please, let's pass the mic to you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please do attend to your work. Attend to your work. Attend. Thank you so much. And of course, yeah, thank you so much. Love you so much. And of course, to as many as those that are, basically, find the time to join People's Power Space. We love everybody. It's a sacrifice of love to really just, carve out part of your time for People's Power Space. It is a sacrifice of love. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much indeed. And of course, on that note, on that crescendo of love, we would wrap up this space and of course tell you thank you so much. And we look forward to having everybody on the next edition of People's Power Space, AAC Showore People's Power Space, and of course on Showore Community on X. If you are yet to be a member of Showore Community on X, please do so now. It doesn't cost you anything, it is free. All right. If you also want to, if you have not followed Unstoppable Friends of Showore, please do that, and of course expect a follow back. All right. And if you look at your neighbor, if you are yet to follow your neighbor, or perhaps you are not really in touch with the members of the community, please do that also. Let's follow each other so that when it's time to pass across information or there's any post thereabout, it would circulate as fast as possible. And of course, we'll be putting out AI videos, dramatizations, we're putting out content, and of course, um, the data on ground has proved that our AI videos have been game changer. Right, the views, the comments, the feedback we are getting, especially on other platforms aside X. One of our videos that we did this week had 20,000 plus views, and this is from an account that is less than 200 followers on Facebook. I'm talking about a Facebook post that we dished out today. That, let me give you a description of it. The video that we actually prompted the AI to create Showra in front of the pressmen, and of course a rapid and spontaneous movement of Showra from the press conference to go awake a lion that has the Nigerian flag on it. And of course, people love that effect so much. And of course, as the lion was moving around, Shore was saying revolution now. And of course, it was Shore and the Nigerian lion. And of course, it's a figurative lion that Nigeria, we can actually awaken. We are we are very brave people by nature. Do not get it twisted. If you for Nigeria, just observe Nigerians well enough, you will see that when it comes to our individual lives, we are lions. You need to know how people do not take nonsense from each other in Nigeria. People don't take nonsense. But it seems as though at the collective level, that is where we seem to have a lot of work to do. The idea of coming together and facing our reality together and say, well, these guys, they have given us enough nonsense. So many landlords can never take this nonsense this much that a tenant will be doing anyhow in the house. The tenant will even be extorting from people in the compound, or even extorting from the landlord. They will never take it. But it's the exact same thing that the politicians are doing to us. They are the tenants. The Nigerian people are the landlord. But you now see those that are soldier go, soldier come, basically exploiting and exploiting the landlord, basically. And of course, the Nigerian people are just folding our hands and looking. So I think if we are to replicate our job in a collective scale, I think it will be game over. And this is not what we're talking about as far as the Nigerian project is concerned. So yeah, I would like to pass the mic to the co-host for his final remark. Then we'll crescendo into the closing of the space or the meeting, I mean to say. So yeah, OIA, your closing remark, and of course I'll pass the mic to Africa in the box too for his closing remark. Then we draw the meeting to a close. Thank you so much. OIA, are you there? Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on the live stream. I am basically coordinating two programs together. Right. Thank you very much indeed, Comrade OIA. Thank you so much. You've been a very big source of information and inspiration to us on Shore community on X. You've been a source of strength, all right, and of course your consistency is intimidating, really. And I believe other comrades would really be inspired by your efforts to the struggle, and it would motivate us to keep doing more, to really give us the motivation, and of course to enter the week refreshed, just willing to do our best, our own bit in the struggle. And of course, if everybody can just contribute their own bit to the overall efforts, then I think we'll have far more, progressive and positive results by and large. So thank you so much. It's interesting that we are able to meet today, and of course, yesterday's event was quite, a refreshing moment for comrades to physically meet, to exchange and to have a warm um, engagement and interaction. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you again next week for another brand new edition of our weekly meeting, Showore People's Power Space. Thank you so very much, and see you next week. Bye bye for now. Thank you so much. And of course, you can join us on our live stream. Our live stream is still very much on Liberation Chats. It's still very much on Civic Space, um, in lower cases, one word, on YouTube. And of course, it's still very much live. We are having a debut streaming on our TikTok channel, Civic Space 234 on TikTok. So yeah, feel free to join us. And of course, we'll be wrapping things up also from that side of things in an hour or so thereabout. So yeah, but you can join us just to have a look at how we are faring. You don't have to stay to the end of the stream. Just and of course, you are not also compelled. This is not no pressures whatsoever for anyone to join us. Just putting it out there. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you next week. Bye bye. So yeah, I think I can I can concentrate on. I think I can concentrate on the live stream now, having ended you know, the meeting with my community. And of course, I'm forced to ask: do you belong in a community? All right, that is a very fundamental question. So, as many as those that are listening to us, I'd like to challenge every one of us if we really do belong in a community. Do you belong in an intellectual community or perhaps a socio-cultural community that is geared towards the welfare of the people? Are you very much tuned in to an organization that is geared towards the emancipation of the Nigerian people? Right? Are you very much connected to your roots? All right. Are you very much connected to your roots? Or perhaps do you have a bond? Do you have a bond with a community? I think that is a very strong question to ask. Do you have a bond with a community that you draw inspiration from? I do. Many people usually, comment, how I do my stuff, how have I be able to do it, what is sort of your inspiration? I draw strength. I draw strength from my community. And of course, it is that community that we have our meetings every week. And I have the privilege of anchoring the program today. So, hence, and of course, it doesn't violate what is happening here fundamentally because it's an open mic. And of course, this open mic will mean that if say you say get meeting with your own organization and it is actually geared towards something political, because if you have observed us really, you must have noticed that we are more inclined towards political engagement. All right, that is what we are more political than we are. Um, our content is geared towards political content, really. Providing news, dramatization, AI videos, educational content, interviews, all of those things. That is what we do, really. Interviews, all of those things. So really, we are very much live on TikTok, and I can confirm that that is what it is. But the thing is that can anybody request? That is it. I think I am tuned in. I am tuned in to using a mobile phone that I cannot really request for. Is a light version of TikTok. But yeah, we are live. We are truly live on TikTok. So please follow us. Follow us. I beg. I beg. I beg. I beg. Follow us on TikTok, and we'll be more than willing to follow you back. All right, follow us, and of course, it's a joy to really have all of us on TikTok. Yeah, and of course, you can actually come into the studio using a specific link that we have posted before, and you can see it on your screen again. If you type it correctly on your screen, you would indeed be able to join us live and direct in the studio here. So, without further ado, let's see whether or not there are interesting conversations going on across the social media that we can actually comment on in real time. Let's see if we can have a real time commentary on any interesting conversation going on across the internet. And of course, our major source here is actually X. X is one of the most interesting places where you can have people discuss matters that are of national interest. And of course, let's see whether or not we can tune in and give our remark on what is happening really across board. What are our people talking about? And of course, we'll be able to project it and see. Um, I'm currently tuned in into a space that said ADC United. All right, APC must go. As APC happened to you, come talk about it. So let's tune into that and listen into what Nigerians, fellow Nigerians, have to say. Let me see if I can project that into the main. Oh, sorry, so sorry, Comrade Godwin. You are very much welcome. Yeah, Comrade Godwin, are you there? Yeah, please proceed with your submission, Comrade Godwin.
Yeah,
You are welcome to the studio. You are very welcome to the studio.
Same to you. Like this one time.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, absolutely. You are audible.
Please, can you mute the voice that is playing behind your okay, thank you. The voice that is playing behind your background.
Well, we have to unmute now.
I already told you don't worry. Something like it is kind of trouble begins doing that. But Obi still chose you cannot put that because we can't already give about this.
Let me see.
Obi had this sound in the back. But even from the campaign, even from the amount of people coming from the campaign, he called not. It was already visible that there's not enough support we get there. If I'm not article, and then we'll find a way to switch this thing around in terms of the VP. We will see what is legally possible. We can always come to a compromise. There is nothing that you will present to article at that dying minute that you will not accept. There is nothing. Even if you give Obi 3 minutes out of the meeting, there's nothing. You understand? So there was nothing too much. So maybe if I can find out, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But please, let me. It's not like you're fighting for something and fighting for something. You say if you were Obi, the advice. But Obi was doing something different. Obi was seeing a path of Obi. And
Wait, it was being led by. It was being led by.
what is the point is giving you that?
It was being led by.
You know what I'm telling you? You know what I'm telling you? You know the diamond. You are telling me that you miscalculated. Because after the campaign, listen, my brother. After the campaign, if you see even me as an obedient then, when we campaign in the south, I'm fine. Once we go to the north, because only I had to see numbers. Even the stadium will be like, it's not even filled up for half set. But when you see the FPC one, you see the PDP one, the stadium is so filled, the road is filled, it's almost like even things are like ants. So right there, when you already got to Dr. Tony, even with these numbers you're talking about, and this visibility or not seeing the visibility in the north, if he came out with 6.2 million, see, don't say, you cannot blame the man for
Diamond, see, you're making the point forward that that's a good 20 million have been 4 million.
If you want to benefit who? Okowa? To benefit Okowa?
No,
I want to ask this question, please. I allow you to ask this question. No matter what you think, take your vote. We know, and it's the best that we do as opponent. But that was something that at the end of the day was going to become president. It was a wrong calculation for him to leave them and to vote over in 2023. Let me tell you something. Let me land, please. Let me land. Sorry. Let me land. Now, in 2023, when all the campaigns were going on and all the friends, we told the people that they vote for Oki or Labour Party in that election, we automatically catapult the APC back to power. We're just trying to assist Tinubu to get the power. And the thing that's likely to be defeated in 2027 if it goes the same route. Now, let me tell you this. It's not about people getting 7 billion. Because the problem is becoming president at the end of the day. You understand? Becoming president at the end of the day, all the 15 million, whether it was 10 million, whether they suppress the day or the day suppress it, you need to become president. And for the people that said was testing his chance, you don't test your chance in Nigeria. You can't test your chance. Sometimes opportunity comes at once. Okay, wait. There's so that something million Nigerians are capable of becoming president. You cannot just test chances. That's not strategize. It's not what the region. The region represents. It's not what that region. Let me tell you something. This is how Bola Ahmed people works. Let me tell you something. Do you know that if Atiku was not a former vice president, means that he cannot run for vice president again? That Tinubu will go and approach Atiku now and say, Atiku, give my vice. Assuming Atiku with his popularity was not a vice president before, he will tell him. And that itself is a good political calculation. And Atiku will accept and they will win. There is no permutation you will do that will give you that ticket. They will win. You understand? So it's the same thing that happened last election. Once you see that, you already had, but you got a calculation, you have millions of people in the bank. A major is very simple. Rather than doing, let me try, let me test. We have tested now, look where we are.
No, you don't understand one thing.
And it's the same thing we're doing. Wait. I'm sorry. Let's see. Who you are saying, you're saying now, you should have joined Atiku.
Wait.
But no, you're not getting one. You're not getting one thing right. What is going to happen to Okowa? Because this is the problem we have.
Okowa does
let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Let me 1 second. Let me answer your question. At the same time now. 1 second. Let me answer your question as to Okowa. Understand? I don't know what the constitution says in terms of if somebody already has the ticket as a VP during the election, if they can be removed. right? I don't know about that. Maybe someone that is a constitutional lawyer can.
No,
but I know that. But you see, but it's not. But wait, now let me learn.
Really, they have the placeholder.
Wait 1 second now. One second has to talk.
No, answering the question what you asked, right? The APC.
No, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
The APC did it. They had a placeholder VP. So it was time to.
But that was not. But there was a dead. No, wait. No, everybody just chill. There was that one you're talking about. There was a deadline. That was before the election started. I'm talking about. Okay, let's say Obina decided to consider a merger after that deadline. There is no way you can. Let's see anything in life you can get if you make an agreement. Understand? By the time Obi calls and says, okay, this is the amount of card I already have. I'm telling you about Obi, I will still approach PDP too and say, okay, let's come to an agreement. If they before the election is you will have to force Okowa to resign, or there's one you will give Okowa to resign, you will compensate him, wherever you can to compensate him.
No, but no.
You understand? Wait 1 second. I don't want the meeting. I don't like meeting. We're going to do something just you understand? Again, I'm not saying that you're going to tell Okowa to resign. You understand? What I'm saying is that there is nothing that cannot be agreed upon. You understand? You bring it to him and say, okay, this is our chance of winning. Let's come to compromise. Are you telling me that during the campaign, Okowa say, okay, I'm not doing again? They give him something that compensates it. They tell him, okay, when we get into power, we'll give you this, give you that, we'll give you this. Right? Are you telling me that if Okowa said, you don't want to do that because you not allow then we even start to put pressure on Okowa said, you can't come out. Understand? So there's nothing that cannot be negotiated with politics. I'm not telling that if me I was Obi, that's what I would do. Rather than playing chances and then because I know that my leg is not strong, you not.
That's why I keep giving timelines, right?
You don't have the chances, you know. You don't have even me. I'm telling you that even me as an opponent, I was already worried about the North. We didn't have the chances to call North. We did it.
If he had participated in the family, he would have not been able to go to help you. He would have been different. There would not be, the law would have confined from getting help if he had gone through
But tell me what you say after that all that has happened, right? So he's saying after the fact that all that has happened, they can still come to an agreement. Because I thought they were playing the NDC, and eventually, when it closed the case, everybody wanted to show and prove, right? And everybody showed them proof to precedent now.
But social, do you know one thing, If we're being realistic here, yes, we saw the numbers improve. But I rather tell you, if Atiku had struck an agreement with Wike faction of G5, those were wasted numbers now. If he has struck an agreement with Wike faction, with this same proposal you're saying,
somebody make up the mind. Atiku has it for two. You're never going to Atiku has it for two. And that's why, that's even my own opinion in this.
Nah, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even that, Toby.
What was the point? What was the point? What was the point?
It is, yeah. They kept talking.
No, Atiku's fault.
They kept talking to them because they tried to bring the party together, yeah. But then people, they were the ones who didn't want to talk.
He was insisting that he must be vice president. And how can you work with such a person? No. Wait, no. It's either or, right? He gave you two options, right? You have to take one. There's no way you could have said no to the both options. That's just ridiculous. I did not expect to be voted against. It's either you'd have given him the chairman or you'd have given him VP.
You didn't give him anything. I expect him to keep quiet. Abba.
It doesn't work that way.
Abba. At the end of the day, the chairman still lost. They sacked him. God sacked him. At the end of the day,
yeah,
I'll be honest with you. I think that was the only mistake that was made. You understand? No, 1 second. It's fine for you to disagree. It's fine for you to disagree, right? It's okay for but this thing, my brother, even me, even when I was supporting Labour Party in the last election, I still could not understand why this chairmanship issue could not be solved in PDP. I kept asking myself, what is in this Ayu man that Ayu cannot be forced to step down for the party to go united in the election? If now, if the issue here, because at some point, my brother, at some point, we kept saying, Ayu. It looks like Ayu is the problem. So, is it that I cannot put Ayu down, step Ayu down, right? So that we can have a peaceful election. So that's whatever you see.
That's the sorry. That's the comment. You didn't make any discussion in that regard. I think we already saw ready. The law was changing. Let me repeat it again. Before what the pendulum was
That's finished.
what they wanted to do. If these guys were together, they were in the same path. They knew themselves very, very well. Much more than we, the husband is actually knew them. He knew that the people out there, working for this. And keeping the PDP chairmanship to authority that belongs to the camp, I can tell you would have completely killed
Did that happen? It still happens.
Yeah, so it's why coming.
Let me respond to you, right? See, Aladi Kupo, if I was, again, I don't like to say all of this topic, you understand? Because again, article is my number one. But let me say this, right? Again, politics is all, if you want to get power, sometimes you have to associate with people that you don't normally associate with. If I was an advisor to Atiku, if I was an advisor to Atiku during the election, I would have told him, choose Wiki as a vice. You understand? There will be other, listen, wait, I tell you. Let me listen now. Listen. Just listen first. Okolo was not a good option. How many body Okolo bring? Now, see, listen, what you will do afterwards to humble Wike is a different topic entirely.
Like boys,
before understand? So that you don't have to just listen.
A presidential candidate because I didn't want to because you have to negotiate power.
No, you did.
Power. Just be helping your own ideas. You cannot give him okay, you don't want him to control the party structure. Okay, yes, I will do that. You can give him at least in that regard.
If you allow me to control the party structure, we have to mind that the presidential candidate.
It is very interesting, the kind of conversation that's being discussed here. Really interesting. The level of attachment that our people have for their politicians, it is unfathomable. The level of
that you lose, do not give me the right time of you. I will come and meet you immediately.
I have heard on this particular program,
how I can compensate you? You have lost. That's okay.
Right, that there is still a possibility of a Tinubu-Atiku combination.
Do you know the number of times Atiku approached them with the after the summary? Going to the news outside.
But he never gave the DP.
That's not possible. To reach out to
he never gave the DP.
No. Not giving him the. In fact, it's even the best thing the man did not to give him the DP. Atiku never lost that election because of the left back.
The level of
the G5 that we even claim.
the level of psychophancy I have heard from the Nigerian people is unfathomable, really. Because it is what it is. It is what it is. Do you disagree? Or do I disagree? I don't really have to take a position. And for as many as those that have paid attention enough, they can most likely predict what my position is. But it's quite interesting to have Nigerians who are very much attached to their politicians in this degree. Really, the degree is huge. In 2026, people fighting on behalf of Atiku to pick up tickets. Really, in 2026. In 2026, this is quite interesting. Really. I'd like to know the numbers of people that have joined us on TikTok. Thank you so very much, everybody. And of course, this program is for everybody. We are still 2 here. Has he hanged? Wow.
So what is my brother, why did he win? 1 second, no best. This is one thing that we must acknowledge. Whether the proper or not
Okay.
proper, we just accept.
I have confirmed that the sound, the audio is all right. Really. There's nothing wrong with the audio. And I think I have to verify that for the sake of our listeners who are tuned in. I don't want them to have a very terrible
There
audio.
are other men that are bigger than him. But the fact that he can become number 2, the fact that people they say like Rivers State, what will be one, that he can flip it and he can announce that person as a winner.
Yeah, you're welcome to
That
Civic
person has
Space.
that person has something.
You
The fact
are
that
very
people can even
welcome.
come
This
to
is
nobody
like
can come to
a
him.
test
All
run
of
of
PDP, they
our
are going to extend it because some of those governors are there. They benefited from him.
a test run of
Let me learn first. Come and respond. They benefited from him.
our engagement on TikTok. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us in this great exploit. It's our amazing live stream on TikTok. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on our first live streaming on TikTok, and of course on X also. We are very much up and running. All right, on X, we are trying to fire across all cylinders, but we have added X to the bunch. Right. So thank you so much, everybody. All right. The obsession for the Nigerian politicians is much. People are very obsessed. Our people are very much obsessed with the current politics. And of course, can you hear? You can hear. All right. When we say people are still very much in love with this current crop of politicians, here is the evidence. Right? Here is the evidence. You have not heard from them talking about any form of alternative whatsoever. Any form of alternative whatsoever. It is always, or perhaps has always been, about the Nigerian system, the Nigerian politicians. Always, it's always going to start and end with them. As far as these ones are concerned, there's no point. There's no point rallying around new new minds, new great minds, really, is pointless as far as many people are concerned. It's crazy. And I'm going to be sharing the screen so you get to see what I'm looking at, really. Let me see if I can share the screen so that I will also be able to have a look at the outside world. All right, and that is what makes live streaming interesting. Let me see if I can. Yeah, which candidate are you voting for in the next election? Interesting. Which candidate are you voting for in the next election? Let me see if I can move it. Yeah. If it's the same thing, I think it's the same thing.
Tinubu is all about power. He doesn't care whether you like him or not, or you don't like him. Tinubu wants to.
I think the downside is where you can basically see everything I'm saying. Let me try to see if I can widen or perhaps.
Yeah, and people lost that election 90% because of Chiba. Do you know how many
So yeah, which candidate are you voting for in the next election? If you were to be asked, which candidate are you going to vote for? Let me widen this. Okay, so that at least, which candidate are you voting for in the next election? What would be your answer if you have been asked? I would recommend Shure, really. I would any day, anytime. I am basically done. I'm basically done with this current politician. I'm done. No disrespect, or I'm just done. I'm sick and tired of this right politician. Yeah. And of course, somebody is saying, yeah, Shure for sure, not old, outdated system. That's the four faces picture. Can you see what other Nigerians are saying? Queen of AAC is saying that she would rather go for Shure. I think, well, maybe perhaps I'm not the only person. So yeah, who would you choose, really? I think Shure also have posted. Let me see if Shure has posted anything that was of interest. The deception must end. What deception, really?
No, if you're talking about, if you're, no, I'm sorry, if you're talking about unity, if you're talking about unity, are you talking about this in election? I'm sorry.
I think let's take a listen to what is being said. Wait, just 1 minute. Okay, I would pass the mic here so that we can listen. Or perhaps, okay, let me put it here. What is being said here?
And it means retirement. I want to retire all the politicians who have put this country in the condition that it is today. And that's why I welcome them and because this is just their start. The people who are doing the heavy lifting in making the country are the ones who deserve to run and lead it, including Peter.
To work together. Imagine, in Nigeria where you can see maybe a Showore Senate presidency and an Obi or any other candidate presidency. Imagine people working together, finding common ground to work together because all of these figures are
correct. One thing Peter said. He was saying that, I want to see Nigeria Showore Senate presidency. No, Showore is not going to be a Senate president and Obi a president. It's Showore's presidency and Obi's retirement. I want to retire all the politicians who have put this country in the condition that it is today. And that's why I welcome them when
Showore said he wants to retire the current crops of politicians. Do you share that same rhetoric or that same sentiment? Should we really retire the current crop of politicians in Nigeria? Or do you want them to continue as the reporter, we are supposed to look at both sides. We have been listening to the individuals that have been fanning the flame of the establishment, politicians, Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso, Tinubu, and the rest. That is what they have been doing, really. They love this guy so much. But here is already saying that no, I do not plan, or perhaps you cannot box me into the tight corner of running for being the Senate president. No, I want to become your president. And of course, to some people like us, like me, I don't hide my bias, even though I'm very much open-minded to listen to others. Very, very open-minded to listen to what others have to say. If you pick up the microphone, if you check the liberation chat, you'll see the link that you can use. And of course, you can also use this link I'm about to put on the screen. All right, you can use this link. If you type it correctly, you are going to be in the studio with us here. Let me see if I can transfer this one up. All right, then I'll take myself to the middle. No, I can't take myself to the middle. I can only put myself. Yeah, okay. I think this what will happen is okay. This will be here. So I think yeah. So just type that link correctly, or perhaps just send us a message at the comment section. I want the link. I want to join you in the studio. Just write it there, and I will send you the link on all platforms. Really, we are on YouTube. The link is already on the YouTube, really. So we are on YouTube and we are on X. I think the only problem is X and TikTok. So if you want to get the link, just tell me so that I can put it on the screen, or perhaps send you privately. All right. So yeah, thank you so much. Back to Showore. Showore is saying, I want to retire the current politicians. Their drama, their big agbada, and their mediocrity is sick and tiring. For someone like me too, I think I find it sick and tiring. Me, I am sick and tired of the Nigerian politicians. I'm very, very sick and tired of them, really. Please, just a minute. So, me personally, I am sick and tired of the Nigerian politics. I am just done with them. Me, oh, it has nothing to do with hatred. I think Nigeria deserve a fresh air. So you don't have to agree. You can disagree with me. I am open to disagreement. I just happen to belong in some certain demography of millions of Nigerians who are sick and tired of this current crop of politicians. You know, I have found an organization that I can really be part of to facilitate the smooth transition or the retirement of this current crop of politicians. We want to facilitate their retirement. What did I say? We want to facilitate. What did I say? We want to facilitate their retirement. I think enough should be enough by now, as far as the Nigerian politicians are concerned. Enough should be enough. Enough should be enough by now, and I think it is the right thing to do. Whether or not you think it is the right thing to do is another ball game entirely. But I think it is the right thing to do. The picture is a little bit too saturated, but I think the picture is coming out clear on every other platform. But it is very saturated, and of course, this is part of the disadvantage of Restream. Restream doesn't have, you cannot control the picturing of it. It's saturated, and of course, you can't control the coloring. Unlike Restream, that you can literally control the coloring of how things turn out um, on the back end of things. So sorry for the color if the red is so predominant. Perhaps and my face is very very red. I am not a fair person. Maybe perhaps it's the lighting that is shining towards my face. But well, we just have what is important is what we have to say, what we have to offer, really. That is indeed what is the most important. And of course, we want to do a good job in this regard. So, yeah, I think we have like an hour or two to really hang or perhaps have this form of engagement. And we have listened to those that are fanatical and, of course, very, very much passionate about the continuation of the existing system of things. And we have also listened. We are basically listening currently to Showore. Let's take a listen.
Start protesting because this is just their start. The people who are doing the heavy lifting in making the country are the ones who deserve to run and lead it, including Peter himself. And that's what I told Peter when we got to the reason I didn't come the first day is I don't want to hear that we protest and when it's time for election you recommend the people who sit back and comfort in their home to lead you. And when they misrule the heavy lifting, yes, yeah. When they misrule the country, you call Showore out again as if we are grassrooters. So I want to correct that. But
I think it's worthy to really draw some lessons from that. It seems as though we have constituted a culture in Nigeria where we vote for politicians, all right? And while voting for politicians, there will be struggles. There will be some struggles that will facilitate the transition to a new government, really. It happened from PDP to APC. And APC will not be in power forever, let's face it. There will have to come a time where they will have to leave or be made to forced to leave by the Nigerian people based on the Nigerian people's decision. So, but there's also is something that is quite prominent. It seems as though after all of the struggles, all right, this EndSARS struggle, for instance, people are saying that the EndSARS struggle, the politician that benefited from it did not partake in the EndSARS struggle. How does that make sense? And of course, it is the reason that when he was allegedly cheated or supposedly cheated, or perhaps his mandate was allegedly stolen, he could not use the NSAT spirit, the spirit of the NSAS, the resistance spirit of the Nigerian people. He could not use it to get his mandate back. And that was how that mandate just went down the drain. And of course, currently, he is still not confident that the Nigerian people voted for him in a party that he actually became the member of the party overnight. He had 6.1 million votes. I'm talking about Mr. Peter Obi. But yet, he did not trust himself. He did not trust the Nigerian people who voted for him in the last election. Right? And he proved some of us right, because we have been saying that he belongs in their class. And if he decides to return, he's not doing anything fundamentally new. He has basically returned back to his base. And fundamentally, he is a ruling class person. He has said it and made it clear that these are his friends, these are his colleagues. And if you are voting for him based on the fact that he has left them, I'm sorry to break you the news. Of course, he has already addressed the public about this, that all of them, they are the same thing. He said it, that all of us, we are the same thing. So if you love me indeed, you still support me as I join them. And some of us are saying, I think there's need to be, since the whole, excitement is around Mr. Peter Obi, and by and large, that excitement is arguably geared towards an expectation that Mr. Peter Obi would do things differently, or perhaps different from the rest of the bunch. All right. If that is the excitement, and Mr. Peter Obi is saying no, he's not willing to do that yet. And I'm saying, I'm one of those that are saying he needs to commit class suicide. He's the closest Nigerian politician that when he commits class suicide, and committing class suicide is let me make it very clear. You have to leave and denounce any close association and shows in action that he has denounced the class that he belongs, the ruling class that he belongs. He will denounce them, he will make a public announcement. Join a revolutionary party like African Action Congress of AAC Showore, and of course wait and basically win the minds of the party members over. And I believe this should take at least 4 years. One election cycle will have to go. He would have to use his influence, his resources to really support such political platform. And it doesn't really have to be AAC, really. But let's face it, the only serious party in Nigeria that you can call a real alternative is AAC. You have to use his resources. If it's truly true that his resources are clean and of course cannot be traced to any fraudulent means of earning the money, he must use that resources to support the African Action Congress, supporting the party in every way, shape, or form, and supporting the young ones that are running for office. If you have to facilitate all of this process, you have to make this sacrifice. That is class suicide. And of course, you will have to be ready for the backlash, because that will mean his class will also fight back. And that will be where the film will come get interesting, because people will also stand behind him. They will stand behind him, and it will be unfortunate if Nigerians are unfortunate again as they refuse to stand behind the Fela Kuti family, who obviously committed a class suicide. Fela Kuti family is arguably one of the richest family in Nigeria. Yeah, one of the richest family when it comes to resources. They are rich, they are not poor. but they identified they committed class suicide. That family committed class suicide, starting from the matron of the family, from Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, to Fela Anikulapo Kuti, who was a global phenomenon, a successful musician, and he was even, given a lifetime award, Grammy lifetime award, the first African to be given that position or that award. But he got it, and even when he was doing his day, he was a force. Wherever he goes, he shut down halls, stadium, he shut down arenas all over the world. People love his kind of music. His kind of music is quite unique and pictures the struggle of the Nigerian people. But he committed class suicide. He was singing about the ordeal of the poor man. He was singing about the struggle of the African people. And of course, the system came for him hard. If he had taken the position of your current favorite, if he had taken the position of people like Wizkid or Davido or Burna Boy, who has taken the position of I just do my craft, I do my thing, I'm not a politician, I don't have any business with I can do one or two philanthropic giveaways. But when it comes to politics, I no one get my mouth. I will never mention and call out any politician for their bad behavior. Now the thing we on our favorite to do now be that. Let's face it. Let's do what? Let's talk the truth. Let's talk the truth and shame the devil. Fela could have taken that position too. Before I started venturing into politics, he was a great musician, and he doesn't really have to sing about the struggle of the people because Fela is one of those that you can call a musician true and true. He coordinates his band. He can play almost all the instruments that his band members play professionally. He's a multi-instrumentalist. He's a vocalist, and of course, he can direct his own band to give a good show for any audience of any tribe or tongue. So it's very, very, he will have taken the side of, yeah, let me just enjoy my music, enjoy my money, build houses, and of course, have businesses and give out giveaways, and I'll be fine. Just as your favorites are doing, but he did not do that. He committed class suicide, and the system came for him. And this is where I'm going to. The people did not stand solidly behind Fela, and that is the regrettable part of it. People did not stand behind Fela. I hope people will not make that mistake again. All right, people are not standing behind Shore. Nigeria still want to repeat history. Shore would have just sat down in his America, JJJ, having fought very fiercely as a student, as a young man. He has paid his due because he actively participated in the return back to the civilian rule that we have right now, away from dictatorship of the military. He participated actively. He used his influence and the conglomeration of the efforts of his comrades at the time, using his influence and having had the opportunity to go and study abroad, he would have just simply be enjoying his money, really, with his family, enjoying his life because he has built a global platform and he has met the love of his life. They have had two kids. What is it indeed? They already have a house in New Jersey, and he has house country home in Kuribo, Ondo State. And all he had to do was just to do his normal, foundation, educational foundation that he has been running for the past 15 years now. You have just done that and just leave Nigeria and allow Nigerians to enjoy their oppression and enjoy his life. Comes to Nigeria, do his giveaways that will allow people to hail him. But he did not do that. He chose to walk the journey with the Nigerian people. And he has seen a lot. The Nigerian system don't make him high seen when, and by and large, are Nigerians standing solidly behind Showore. You can make a strong argument that Showore has gallant comrades that would go to their grave with Showore. If Showore's life is in danger today, hundreds of thousands of people are ready to stand down with Showore today. But there is more. There is need for more numbers. And of course, let's imagine if someone like Peter Obi commits class suicide. Is he going to have the Nigerian assurance that we are going to stand behind you? The Nigerian system would not do anything to you. You said your records are clean. They cannot rob you without any evidence. If they are coming at you, they have to be very sure of their evidence against you. And if they come against you, we are going to stand solidly behind you because you are carrying out an historical duty. It's the reason why people like Showore would blast politicians, because they know they have a very clean slate. And if the system is coming for them, they are going to have to come with their facts, rights, and of course they have to be very careful because of the reprisal uprising that will follow any form of injustice melted out against him. I think that is that about that. So, and I believe Showore has made himself very, very clear in this particular recent interview. Made himself so clear. He's going to be your president. Don't be saying now call him out, make it can't do like a propaganda protest machine. No. Only to give it out to those that do not deserve to rule you. So after those who do not deserve to rule get there as a result of your support, you'll now be expecting Showore to come and perform magic. That is no longer going to happen. That is no longer going to happen. And of course, I saw this video today, and of course, I'll be more than willing to play it again and react to it.
All right. At least 10 times. A lot of the Nigerian friends, is your entire country set up to shake people down? Because coming in and out of the airports there, I was told, now you give me cash at least 10 times. Nigerian friends, is your entire country set up to shake people down? Because coming in and out of the airports there, I was told, now you give me cash at least 10 times. A lot of the roads have security checkpoints, but are they security checkpoints or shakedown checkpoints? Even going into my hotel, people weren't just looking me up and down to see if I was carrying anything dangerous. They were looking me up and down to see if there's anything that they could ask me for. Am I overreacting? Because this must stress you out on a daily basis. I was just visiting and I had a lot of fun. And I would say in Africa, Nigeria, number one of Nigerian friends, is your entire country set up to shake people down? Because coming in and out of the airports there, I was told, now you give me cash at least 10 times. A lot of the roads have security checkpoints, but are they security checkpoints or shakedown checkpoints? Even going into my hotel, people weren't just looking me up and down to see if I was carrying anything dangerous. They were looking me up and down to see if there's anything that they could ask me for. Am I overreacting? Because this must stress you out on a daily basis. I was just visiting and I had a lot of fun. And I would say in Africa, Nigeria, number one at fashion. Nigerian friends, is your entire...
I think you need to because it says Nigerians is the entire country set up to extort people. Coming out of the airport, I was told, please give me cash at least 10 times. Many roads have police checkpoints, but are they really security checkpoints? This is a comment by an American tourist talking about his experience with begging in Nigeria. And of course, um, I would like to react to that. And my reaction to that is very simple, very clear. And I think you are getting things all mixed up, really. All right, I believe this man is getting things all mixed up. This is not who we are. This is not the representation of the Nigerian people. These are just symptoms of a bigger problem. These are a symptom of a very big problem that this man, he sounds intelligent, but I think his intelligence is not quite at the level of at the spectrum that I would respect. If he's unwilling to really call out the Nigerian government for playing a huge role in this whole mess, the Nigerian government has impoverished its people. End of story. And if you are afraid to say it, I am not afraid to make that comment. It is my opinion based on my reality and what I have observed. The Nigerian people, under the leadership of this man that you are looking down below, under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has impoverished the Nigerian people such that they are forced in an undignified way to seek for means of survival in desperate means. And some take very desperate, violent means of survival. Like we have terrorists and bandits asking for money for ransom, having kidnapped our people. And let's not get it twisted. Our government has supervised the payments of many of these ransoms in millions of dollars. So people have taken desperate means like kidnapping to leverage in Nigeria, and some has taken non-violent means of begging you for money. Because go and ask about their salaries. That police officer that you think stops you at the checkpoint, go and ask about his salary and ask about how much the cost of goods and essential commodities are in relation to his salary. Go and ask about his rent, ask about his family, ask about his commitment, monthly commitment. And I'll challenge you to also live in Nigeria, work in Nigeria, and earn money in Nigeria, being paid the minimum wage or perhaps something slightly higher than the minimum wage. Do not have any financial support from your friends in America or your family in America. Your friends and family in America, do not contact them or reach out to them for financial support. And let me see in 3 months or 2 months if you're not going to beg them for money. All right, live in the reality of the Nigerian people before you can call them out. Live in the reality of the Nigerian people before you call them out. And of course, call out the culprits that are responsible for the systemic impoverishment of the Nigerian people, such that they are forced to take desperate means of basically surviving. And one of these desperate means is non-violent means like begging. There are violent means also that people take to survive as a result of systemic problem. Open a factory anywhere in Nigeria where they pay people 30,000 naira, and that is even half, not even compared to how much people get paid in your country. People, some workers earn as much as $100, all right, in your country. And you know what $100 can buy at the grocery store, all right? And of course, you can also make arguments of extreme capitalism in your country, but compared to our own, you can't maintain the earning rate in US or perhaps any other European countries compared to Nigeria is like sky, is like day and night. Is the difference is so clear. So please call out the real culprits, the Nigerian government, who has refused to let their legs from the necks of the Nigerian people. Nigerian people are not, they are not breathing. As I'm doing this live stream, there's no light, right? I am using the lighting of another mobile phone as lighting. The torchlight, the backlight torchlight of another mobile phone I'm using, and I'm sweating profusely. This is not convenient for me in any way, shape, or form. I am sweating, my child is sweating, my wife is sweating, and I live in a room apartment. And compared to how much I earn in a month, this is a killing. Do I call on friends and families that could help me out? Yes, I do. I do. To leverage, to be able to survive, not even leverage, because this is not leverage. To be able to survive. To be able to survive. So anyone going to call on the Nigerian people and start, broke shaming them or making them feel like a criminal, of course, it is criminal to take violent means to survive, or killing your fellow human beings, or perhaps kidnapping your fellow human beings. I do not recommend any of such. I would not recommend begging too, but begging is not by, nobody is going to force you unless they are forcing you to give them money. Then that is criminal. But the fact that they are asking you for money, it should tell you one thing: their government has impoverished them, and you must call out that government. Their government has sunk them into economic abyss, because ordinarily humans or Africans do not beg. If humans have the means of making their own money, they will. Why are you not begging too, Mr. Man? Hello, sir. Why are you not begging too? Because you are financially able to take care of your basic needs, and you earn enough to meet up with your basic needs. Simple. I can tell you 80% to 90% of the Nigerian people do not make enough money to care for themselves as human beings. Hence the real pressure and the temptation to beg. End of story. All right, and of course, you can send in your comments. Really, the comment section is open, and I think I have done. I've addressed this topic once and for all. Yeah, so and I think I can cut it out. And yeah, I think someone has reacted to the post of the Unstoppable Friends of Shore. All right, and it says our society has crushes real human development. Few Nigerians control 95% of the nation's wealth. A few may be decent, but most fortunes aren't built on honest work that serves people. They are built on corruption. That is based on the reaction of the Unstoppable Friends of Shore. All right, so it is what it is. All right, and I'm just going through the timeline really. And this is one of the posts of the area father. And what is he posting? How Obi Kubana and Obi Kubana chief priest, how they are running for their lives
all myself. Look at the trouble I brought up all myself. You cause all this, you call it city boy movement. Now the whole village are moving us. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Well, it's an AI video anyway. This is not a real live event. It's a AI video that was made to picture Cubana chief priest running and Obi Cubana running. Nobody is chasing them, really. They are even being hailed, really. These guys, nothing do them for their community. Nothing. Cubana chief priest says he has real estate in his village. He has country home in his village. He has investment. Is over 1,000 people are employed by him. Nothing they shake these people. The fact they are part of a city boy, this is actually an orchestration to basically make them feel intimidated. And of course, these guys, whenever they are moving, they are not going to move like ordinary men, such that any mob. This is one of the most stupid AI videos I have seen, and unrealistic AI video that is just too fictitious. Yeah, you can actually generate fictions using AI if the fiction makes sense. But this kind of fiction is the kind of fiction that Nollywood create, such that people they believe say a rich man pikin they marry poor man pikin. Now the kind AI way this can create this. Nothing is going to happen to Cubana chief priest, both figuratively and and even literally. His countrymen and women, nothing do them. If he enters the village and gives money to the right people, they hail them, and some of them will even vote for the person that they have already beside now, which is the Emilokon of this world. All right, nothing do them. They are in good. Everything is in order. Nothing do them. Let me quickly adjust something and I'll be back. Oh, nothing. So these guys, nothing will do them. So that AI is a very, very silly AI that does not really meet with the truth in any way, shape. Let me even read the comment and let's see if we can have some laugh. So I think I will be doing more of this. Just all of us will go through the internet together, read comments and all that. To take a long time for these two who are brought over to regain their reputation in the East. This is a big lie. Nothing is wrong with their reputation. Go and look at their Go and look at their online, followership, and nothing do them. Nothing is happening to their reputation. This is just wishful thinking. All right, go to their village, and see for yourself. Village boys movement versus the city boy movement. Who will win? Well, the people will decide. If you don't know Oga, this was City Boy. Welcome to Imo State Tunis. No cho, no now working. So you can see this is as if I knew. See Chief Priest. See as his people rallied around him. This now yeah, he don't day in village for City Boy movement. And of course, contrary to what an old fool, right, posted. Someone I regard as one of the old foolish ones deceiving the Nigerian people. All right, you can see clearly that nothing is. And I said it. I have not even seen this post. All right, for me to even see that nothing they shake. I understand the class analysis well enough to know that nothing will happen to these guys. All right, it's about just rinsing and repeating what had always worked with the Nigerian people. And the Nigerian people will have to now determine whether or not they are going to change their course of action this time around. But Nigerians are very predictable, really. You can almost most likely predict how they will act. You can most likely predict exactly how they will act. It is what it is. Let me see if my phone is okay. Yeah, I think I'm back. So it's very, very easy to know how things work in the Nigerian scheme of things, right? How things they work for Nigeria. Okay, let me try and put this thing up. Let me see. Okay, I think it's clearer at the top, but it's not wider at the top. I think I will choose down, right? And I believe people will be able to see from the down part. So yeah, that is Cubana chief priest in his village. Them will collect very soon. You are deceiving yourself. Nothing is to happen to these guys. All right. Mm. Imagine what APC want to turn Nigeria into. Yeah, my brother. I think an APC person, House of Assembly member, said only those with APC membership card will get jobs, admission into schools, or be able to do anything in Nigeria as soon as. You see, that is what they want to take us to. But well, are we going to allow this, or are we going to really do something about it? It is left for the people. All right. I think there is an hypocritical calling out of Ifesola Akoye, really. And what is supposed to said, okay, let's address this. So I deleted the post about PO pre 2019 because I didn't know who he was at the time. Before that time, I didn't know how he saved Anambra a whole lot of money. I had not heard of how he raised Anambra's education from the least to number one. I didn't know Bill Gates awarded him the best governor for his massive contribution to health sector in Anambra. I didn't know he made Anambra the safest state in Nigeria. I did not heard of how there is no corruption cases against him even after serving for 8 years. I wasn't aware that the reason he was impeached was because he didn't allow the state assembly to loot Anambra treasury. I did not know a lot of great things he did as a governor, how passionate he is about Nigeria. Really. So you were making a decision based on ignorance without making your findings as just early as 2019, and you think we are foolish. You want us to think we are as foolish as because it is a great insult to our intelligence that you did not make your findings then when you were taking a position. But suddenly your eyes have opened. You now begin to see things differently. This is the height of hypocrisy, really. And this is quite noticeable all over Nigeria. The hypocrisy is sickening. The hypocrisy is terribly sickening. When people are so hypocritical, people are so hypocritical. In Nigeria, the hypocrisy is much. It's 3 minutes to the top of the hour of 11 p.m. from my side of things. I think the highest that I can go is 12 noon, 12 a.m. Let's see if we can push this to 12 a.m. And I believe we'll have fun doing that. You're welcome once again, everybody. And I do not have idea of how many of you watching us or tuned into this live yet. I want to believe that there are so many engagement or perhaps programs on X, on TikTok, on YouTube also. But well, I no longer see any analytics on YouTube. Let me go check if we are still live on YouTube. Because now only YouTube are the see the analytics, but we have had like a couple of timeouts that has kicked us out of the live. But let's see if we are still very much live and how many people that are tuned into us. Oh, we have just one. Let me see if it will reflect. All right. Let me see if it will reflect. Okay. Not reflecting yet. So yeah. You have just one person tuned to us on YouTube. Days of Humble Beginnings, isn't it? Days of Humble Beginnings. Let me see. How about TikTok? We are basically doing our first TikTok show. Days of Humble Beginnings. All right. And we will embrace it with grace. And we will never be proud. Even when people begin to now pay close attention to what we say, we would never become proud. Never are we going to become proud. Never. And I think this is very clear. I just need to move it a little bit. Let me see if I can do that. A little bit to the side like this. Let me see if that will help. Okay, I think that will help. So that you'll be reading exactly what I'm reading. So we'll see exactly what I'm saying. Thank you so much, Abby Homes and Properties, for joining for always supporting us. I think I can cite you on TikTok that you are very much connected to us. So and then my last check would be X. Let me check out X and see how things are going there. And then we'll continue the engagement or perhaps the analysis. We continue the analysis on everything after checking how we're doing on X. So it's important that we do all of this so that we will know whether or not we are still very much okay. 46. All right. I just want to know if I'm still very much live. It's not be say I just follow myself at all. All right, really. So thank you so very much for joining us. So we were reading the tweet of Ifesa Lako, right? He said, "My first encounter with him was being a vice presidential candidate, and I misjudged him." You misjudged him, really? You want us to believe that you misjudged Mr. Peter Obi? So, as at 2019, you were not old enough to do your due diligence, to make your research about Mr. Peter Obi. Everything you said, and of course, I'm going to go and bring it up because I think I have it bookmarked. I have some of your old tweets bookmarked. Let us take a look at this. Let us finish this right up. Hence, I regret and take back all I said about PO, Mr. Peter Obi. He said he regrets and take it back. Everything he said about Mr. Peter Obi, I take it back. So I was foolish enough not to make my research as early as 2019. I had no internet. I had no internet subscription, neither am I connected to the internet for me to do my findings before coming to a conclusion about someone, when at 2019. So if you tag me to any negative post of PO now in the future, I will delete it and block you. Imagine. He's not able to even face his past. He has hurt and want to disconnect from his, what he said in not too distant past. Though this is just like how many years ago? 7 years ago. Now you guys should let me enjoy my holiday in Maldives. I see you all in a bit. Well, happy Valentine's Day. Yeah. So yeah, you wanted to really pepper the Nigerian people, and as many as those that want to. This is how they operate, really. And I would love to know. And I will be reading so many comments. But before let's not take away the joy. Let me take a look at my bookmark. At my bookmark. I'm sure I have some of his previous tweets bookmarked. I think I am sure. To a large extent. To a large extent, I'm sure that I have some of his previous tweets bookmarked. Ifesa Lako. A very interesting man. Ifesa Lako. Now denouncing Ifesa Lako, that is not denouncing everything that he wrote about Mr. Peter Obi. He said he took it back. And I don't think it should have gone so far like this. Okay, let me take a shortcut. I think I saw that particular post on the Mcash page. So let me just type Ifesa Lako there. Let me see if that would work out. All right. Let me see. Okay. So yeah, I think this is it. One of the things he said about Mr. Peter Obi. This is not Ifesa Lako. So wonderful projects are currently going on in Anambra State. The USA will no longer be called God's whole country, but Anambra State. This is 2013, right? Some people are saying very soon, as at the time. So what now happened? Why are people now complaining? All right. Why are people really complaining about Anambra? I think these are his former posts. Okay. I think you'll be able to see it on your hand. These are his former tweets. And I'll read one by one for all of us, for the beauty, for our benefit. Peter Obi is a perpetual liar. He claimed he didn't deport beggars. PDP is all about deceit and sharing. Atiku has promised heaven for looters, jokers, NG candidates. So, is he taking this position out of ignorance? And if he's taking it out of ignorance, let's assume that he did not know better. What does that tell us about him, really? And what does it tell us about people that are supporting Mr. Peter Obi, or people that have once criticized him and now supporting him, throwing away? And he's not the only one. Ifesa Lako is just one out of so many others. Right? Ifesa Lako is just one out of so many other people who are pretty much taking a very interesting position, or perhaps called out Mr. Peter Obi, called them out, only to start telling us that they were sorry. I did not really mean what I said. I take everything back. I did not know better then. I had no internet connection to verify matters then. But now I know better. All right. This is in response to what Mr. Peter Obi did in 2019. lying about $1 is equal to 1 naira, and Kadara Ahmed stopped him and she verified. So, but 2026, fast forward 2026, Mr. Peter Obi is now one of the choice. All right, I think these other bros also highlighted many other people that have called out Mr. Peter Obi, including the official handle of Labour Party. Some of it. Let me read some of it. Man, you are so right. Peter Obi is the worst governor. In short, that state is so fucked up. Right? Anybody that is Peter Obi endorsed can never be my candidate. That is my position. Hashtag Anambra 2013. I support the Oracle. Worst governor. Winner. Peter Obi of Anambra State. Contenders. Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. And of course, the official handle of Labour Party also had a thing to say about Mr. Peter Obi. Says after demolishing billboards, Peter Obi blocked LP rally in Ekweme Square, Aqua. He demolished the billboard where they use money. Mr. Peter Obi was a ruthless governor. He demolished billboard and blocked the campaign rally of Labour Party at Ekweme Square, Aqua. So, well, you be the judge. Having checked and, of course, verified, and then here is Ifesalako saying he's enjoying his holidays at Maldives. All right, it seems as though for anyone to be able to have access to this level of luxury, well, many will call it, political jobbing, or perhaps basically a beneficiary of some things that, and of course, for you to be able to to swallow your vomit, eat back your vomit, it's crazy. The level of agenda in Nigeria, and of course, CBO, hey, another popular APC propaganda machine, as far as I'm concerned, based on my findings. So you are making so much money in this economy that you criticize daily, and you have gone into vacations for the first time in your life in the last 6 months. It means PBAT is doing well in your life, which is very interesting, really. Because that is it now. He's painting a picture that is doing well in life, which means it will mean two things, really. It will either mean that this economy that is criticizing, the economy of Mr. Atinubu, is okay and is doing well under it. All right, that is number one. Number two is that most likely he has taken political gig that is in very substantial amounts, handsomely paid to run or perhaps to delete his previous positions about some of these politicians. Yeah, we have. I tuned in at some point. I tuned at some point, but I was told the obedient people are brothers that identify as obedient. They are running marathon space. Yeah, I tuned in at some point, but the rigmarole and is too boring, really. But I just decided to go through the timeline. So I think that way, I think I'm having fun with the timelines, reading people's comments and posts. I think it's far more better, and of course, it's far more sanitary compared to listening to. And of course, we'll be making sure we listen to them once in a while, but it was just too rowdy on that space, really. And I don't want it to be about them. We have our own platform. Let's build it. Let's talk about our things. You know, let's be unique. And of course, we are trying to be unique as much as we can. All right, and our audience would enjoy us, right? And they are enjoying us, really. So yeah, I joined them at some point, but just tried to just move into other things, and of course, we are taking a look at interest. So people are saying, well, it's two things for him. For Ifesa Lakot to have denounced all of his position, he says, I regret and take back all I said about you. I regret and take back all I said about you. All right. I made my research before coming to any conclusion about any politician in Nigeria. And is my position about any politician in Nigeria, unless I am being confronted with a bigger evidence. And of course, this is not the case here. This is not the case. All of the evidence that it talks about Mr. Peter Obi, it has fallen under lots of scrutiny. Mr. Peter Obi is not even the best governor that has happened to Anambra State, based on data. He's not even the best governor ever in Anambra State. The money that was said to have been saved he said he saved money. He saved lots of money. Obiano got there and he said all of this money, they are meant to pay contractors, but he just delayed it and stored it in a bank, only to come and be claiming that he saved money, when in actual fact, there was nothing that he saved. That all of those money were supposed to be meant for contractors. So technically, he saved money, but in actual fact, he did not save money. Governor Soludo said he has in his hand privileged information that can sink Mr. Peter Obi politically, but he doesn't want to share it for his own reason. So, but I know with this Nigerian politician, Mr. Soludo will still come out one day to tell us about it whenever he wants to play that hypocrisy. Because we are talking about hypocrisy here. It's the same hypocrisy that Ifesa Lakot is displaying here. Ifesa Lakot is displaying hypocrisy of the highest order. And of course, yeah. So we have ironed that out. So, and is criticizing Tinubu and those that are supporting Tinubu. It seems as though in the last 6 months it has been okay for Ifesa Lakot, that he was able to even afford a vacation with his, I believe, the love of his life in Maldives, celebrating Valentine's Day in one of the choicest place ever, one of the most expensive place in the world. All right. And he has never been there before all his life. He's not a rich man before that time. Of course, it means that politics have been really, really, favorable to him. Otherwise, that would mean that the Emilokon economy is doing well, and of course, that would mean that why are other Nigerians complain about what is working out for only you? And I think for you to be one out of the bunch, you are just 1%. How many Nigerian workers that is getting payments? Let me not even use the minimum wage. Let me double it. Let me double the minimum wage. And if I were to double the minimum wage, that is within the realms of 150,000 naira thereabout. How many Nigerian collecting 150,000 naira can afford to even buy the plane tickets that will take them to this luxurious island? This one, like where you did like this, Ifesa Lakot. And what is your means of income? That is my question. What is his means of income? I'm coming 1 minute, because usually people in my own page now at Camaraderie, Mr. Fresh, you will see what I do for a living there. You see my code, where I have expertise. All right, I'm a dry cleaner. Everybody knows. Everybody in my community knows. So imagine if they suddenly see me that after 6 months of engagement with politicians, I'm now basically rocking and posting it online that I am now in one of the most luxurious places that people go to, that millionaires in dollars go to. What do you think that will mean? And so that rapid growth is crazy, you know. And of course, let me just find some trouble and see what it does for a living on his bio. Let me see. Obedience coordinator, Lagos State. MD, Amala Ibadan. Former AOP, Niger FM. CEO, Effective Films. Founder, well, he said he's a CEO. So, and CEO is a generic term. And of course, let's believe that it seems as though CBO knows him well before now. So it's interesting. And Nigerians are saying, Oga, go chop life. Oh. Now why we want Nigeria better so we fit stay home. Crazy. And someone is saying, I will delete and block you. Guy, are you the hair and the person we breathe? You give yourself too much importance. And the response, not at all. I'm just managing. I just managed to have a small space on Elon's app, and I own the right to do just that. You can actually do same. It doesn't necessarily interpret to any form of importance. You get. And these are people that want to be in our government. People that are blocking people online. You are blocking people online, and you want to lead the Nigerian people. All right. You are blocking people online. Someone says, Professor Lako, so you didn't know him before 2019, but suddenly you now know everything. Interesting. If he made an Ambra number one in education, mention the exact year and the independent ranking body. Not vibes, data. The Bill Gates Award you people shout about. Which foundation gave it? What category? What citation? Produce the link. Safest state in Nigeria, according to which verified crime statistics? NPF, Nigerian Police Force, NBS, Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, or WhatsApp University? No corruption case. Was he never investigated or just never convicted? Because those are very different things. You deleted your post, fine. But rewriting your timeline doesn't automatically rewrite history. Confidence is loud. Evidence is specific. Which one are you actually holding? And I don't think he would even reply to this kind of, succinctly put together comments. He would rather reply to, trivial. He would rather reply to trivial comments than to reply to this kind of, you know. And it's crazy the kind of attitude of the Nigerian people. Well, it's interesting. So that is that about Professor Lako, one of the major influencers for ADC party. All right. What does this mean? I am that polling booth. Okay, in that polling booth in 2027, if they don't count it, we will count the person. Mr. P2B, what does this mean? Oh, what does it mean? Oh,
If they don't count it, we count the person. In that polling booth in 2027, if they don't count it, will come to the person.
What does it really mean? I don't understand. Really.
In
Can
2027,
anybody tell me what it means?
if they don't count it, will come to the person.
Counting the person in what way? I don't understand. Oh, serious. Me too, I don't understand. I don't understand. People are saying it's a clueless. Ring and find us. Maybe perhaps it's trying to. Maybe perhaps this is a dog whistling to promote some level of interesting activities that is not quite lawful. All right. Wow. Yeah, there's crowdfunding going on for Dr. Mo. Interesting. Oh, wow. The iChief Okoro can post about Shore. Ah, interesting. Oh. Let's take a listen of what is being said.
Assembly. Where are your senators you use Labour Party to? Even like Peter and the rest of them who said Labour Party was the best and it was the greatest collection of people with great character. Where are your House of Rep members that you use Labour Party to put in the National Assembly? Where are your senators you use Labour Party to? Even at Barry Bay that you are talking about, you have just exposed him online now. All of them are dubious people. I say this categorically. I know all of these guys, and that is why you cannot see me in an opposition coalition for the sake of opposition. You cannot see me in an opposition coalition with a Babashir Lawal or with an El Rufai or with Malami, who 2 years ago, we're not talking about 10 years ago, we're not talking about 1993. These are guys that were killing this country 2 years ago. I mean, as of 2023. They are the ones who brought the country to the sorry pass. And you want me to go and say, well, everybody cannot be saints. I'm not looking for saints. But the people who refuse to repent as sinners have no basis to become pope.
The people who refuse to repent as sinners has no basis to become pope. This is quite profound. This is quite profound. All right, let's play it one more time for the sake of new.
Like Peter and the rest of them who said Labour Party was the best and it was the greatest collection of people with great character. Where are your House of Rep members that you use Labour Party to put in the National Assembly? Where are your senators you use Labour Party to? Even at Barry Bay that you are talking about, you have just exposed him online now. All of them are dubious people. I say this categorically. I know all of these guys, and that is why you cannot see me in an opposition coalition for the sake of opposition. You cannot see me in an opposition coalition with a Babashir Lawal or with an El Rufai or with Malami, who 2 years ago, we're not talking about 10 years ago, we're not talking about 1993. These are guys that were killing this country 2 years ago. I mean, as of 2023. They are the ones who brought the country to the sorry pass. And you want me to go and say, well, everybody cannot be saints. I'm not looking for saints. But the people who refuse to repent as sinners have no basis to become pope.
The people who have not repented as sinners have no basis to become pope. Interesting. And of course, we have the joy to have the African Wahala join us once again. Let's have him address us. I think I just saw your comments, the African Wahala. Thank you so much for your comments. Hey, what a joy, obedient coordinator of Lagos. And it's also very interesting that was the very first thing he wrote before he wrote other things. And that is quite telling, really. All right, that is quite telling, Yeah, it's quite telling. It reveals a lot. You're welcome back, the African Wahala. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, bro.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's have your comment. What do you think? You've heard some of our analysis for the past 30 minutes or so. What has jumped at you, really? I believe one or two things have jumped at you. And what will you say with respect to what is happening on it? And you can see this is basically going through the timeline, just as I would do my normal day of life, of course. And today is Sunday.
Like Peter and the rest of them who said Labour Party was the best, and you know, it was a the greatest
open mic show, and of course, this is a obedient handle, you know, basically posting this thing about Showore, and of course, they have a way of posting Showore whenever it suits their interest. They have a way of posting him. All right, and of course, I particularly find that very interesting. All right, but really, uh, it tells a lot, and of course, this whole um, recent developments of hardcore obedience people trying to denounce their previous position about Mr. Peter Obi, and of course, the one that is particularly interesting of the Faisal Accord, now in one of the most expensive um, location in the world for lovers. And before now, hey, before as up until recently, he had never been posting or perhaps had any history of such a luxury travel arrangement. Many Nigerians will argue that what is going on, you know, why is it that all of a sudden you are going back on your words? And for me, what jumps at me there is the fact that why would you you are not doing a good job in explaining to the Nigerian people why you took the decision to disown your previous position about Mr. Peter Obi. I don't think it's a solid argument for you to say now you see the light for the comment that you made as early as 2019. So you want us to believe that you had not made your research, there was no internet, you had no data, you just came across, you just reacted to Mr. Peter Obi as at the time, and he was denigrating him, he was calling him names that he was not the best for us. He was, but fast forward to 2026, he's basically has nice words to say about Mr. Peter Obi, and of course, he had to take down all of the posts that he had written, all of the criticism that he has done about Mr. Peter Obi. Well, what say about this level of this development? And it's not only the one, you know, there are several others doing this. And what does that say about the level of people that no? And he has thousands of followers, thousands that listens to him, that respects him, that looks forward to his analysis on political matters. And this is actually noticeable across board. You know, what do you say about the quality of commentators or perhaps the quality of influencers, political influencers in Nigeria? And how has they helped the Nigerian project so far so good?
Yeah, thank you so much. The quality of influencers that we have in Nigeria across all the political parties, every last one of them. And even though the AAC is a political party and can be categorized under this description, but the AAC is different because the AAC has never been in power from a political standpoint. However, the quality of the influencers across the Nigerian spectrum, all the political parties, they are people that stand for nothing. So they fall for everything. These individuals stand for nothing. My definition of nothing is what they stand for is not to the benefit of Nigeria or Nigerians. It's always to their benefit only and their principles in the politics. Because the way they think is they want their principles to get into political position so that they can benefit from that from a monetary standpoint. Because when these guys, their principals, whether it's APC, ADC, whatever, once they get into power, the people that are the influencers, that were the influencers, they usually get rewarded. They could get rewarded with appointments or maybe low-level appointments. And you see, the truth is, in Nigeria, the most lucrative career that you can find yourself is politics. Number one position is politics. So even if you get given a low-level appointment, let's say you are like the special advisor to another special advisor, even though your position is a special advisor and all what you do is you're like a houseboy, you know, you open the car door for your boss and his wife, your boss's wife sends you to go and pick up the children from school, you know, they send you to go and buy bully, you know, just normal houseboy stuff that they send you to do. You can still make money. In fact, even though you are a houseboy, you get to delegate some of your duties to other people below you, because the Nigerian system has weaponized poverty so bad that there are always people available to be used. There are always people available to be taken advantage of, because Nigeria made us vulnerable and easy to pick. So back to the conversation about these guys, they are individuals that stand for nothing and they fall for everything. That's why they never have an ideology. Their ideology changes whenever it suits their personal enrichment. So that guy that you just mentioned that was cussing out Obi a few years ago, now he has changed his tune, claiming that he has seen the light. It's because he never really stood for anything in the first place. What he stood for was anything that would enrich him, that would bring some money into his pocket. So maybe after trying out cussing Obi, and that wasn't really bringing money into his pocket, he decided to go the route of praising Obi. And you need to see that. You see, when it comes to social media content creation, a lot of Nigerians, they've discovered a loophole in the obedience movement, especially if you can become a so-called influencer. If you have a huge following and you can always feed them content, every day you just come up with something. It's PO or never. Today, PO gave this speech, or today PO was buying granite from this, you know, trader. You put that content out there on Twitter, you get the blue tick, you get a huge engagement, Twitter pays you money. And then you can even scale that up into YouTube. You know, you start putting out content about it's ADC or it's Obi. ADC is the real opposition. And you know, because Nigerians are so emotional, they will follow you. And many of them are abroad. A lot of these Nigerians that are supporting all these movements, they are abroad. They are in the US, Canada, all these other countries. So they would go to your YouTube channel. They can afford data. As a matter of fact, the way the YouTube algorithm works and the way the payment structure works, if your viewership is coming from countries like the United States or United Kingdom or Canada, you get more money. So if you're creating content for your audience in these countries and YouTube sent you a check, guess what? That is an incentive for you to keep on pushing content. You don't necessarily believe in the ideology, but there is an incentive for you to make money by creating content that your feeders, your audience want. So now some of these guys, they have multi-platforms that pay them money. They have the the X subscription model. They have the YouTube monetization pathway. They make money on Facebook. So they are pushing out these content, not because they have an ideology, but they are pushing out the content because they benefit from the content that they push out. So whenever there is a small problem in the future, you find them coming around on the same social media and they are crying and they are complaining about, oh, Obi does not even talk to us. I've been a national coordinator of obedience movement. I'm a state southeast coordinator of obedience movement. And when it's time for us to have a meeting with our principal, we don't get any meeting. And they get angry. They come on social media, they start crying. And we that we are on the revolutionary side, we have an ideology. We stand for something. It's not yet popular, but it's slowly gaining popularity. And because we stand for something, when those other guys come around and start crying, they basically come and cry on our shoulders. If you notice, they come and cry on our shoulders. And then you see them in part of their rebellious nature. Maybe they couldn't see their so-called principal for the longest time. Then they start putting out content to criticize that principal. Then they start sharing content from the AAC, from Showore. You see some of their big influencers, they are posting Showore's content. Yes, this is a good leader. Showore said, no, we now they believe in Showore. When they were following Obi, they didn't believe in Showore, they were cussing him out. But now, because they have a grievance with Obi, they now decide, you know what, I'm going to commit class suicide within their political following. Class suicide. So I'm no longer following Obedience. I'm not going to be posting Showore's content. So at the end of the day, I'm saying all of this to say that the Obedience, every Obedience has a little bit of a revolutionary ideology within them. Maybe they have not manifested it yet, but they believe, everybody that is an Obedience believes that this country needs to change. We need a new pathway. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. My speaker just died.
Yes, you are still very much audible. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the Obedience, they have revolutionary ideology within them. But the revolutionaries, we don't have following the same establishment politicians within us. We are not on that path. It's like a Venn diagram. You know, when you have a Venn diagram, you have one circle, you have another circle overlapping one of the circles. The midpoint between those two circles is the commonality between both sides. So when we look at the Obedience and the revolutionaries, the Obedience, their ideology does not overlap into the Obedience circle. But the revolutionaries, our ideology overlaps into their ideology. So when they get disappointed, they are going to come back to us. Or many of them are going to come back to us because they have some of that in them already. The only reason why they've refused to come to us at this early stage is because mostly cultural reasons. Because, you know, a lot of Nigerian people, unfortunately, we have a culture of, you know, we worship people too much. We worship our fellow human beings, especially if that person has some change. If someone has some money, they can easily buy an average Nigerian. It's unfortunate. And if you are one of those people that you listen to this message and you're offended, maybe the shoe fits. And maybe you need to change some ways that you behave. Do not make yourself indignified because someone else has some money over you. Do not make money the only reason why you follow a pathway or an ideology. You're supposed to follow an ideology because you believe in it. For example, me, I believe in a revolution only as far as Nigeria is concerned, simply because we can't keep on doing the same thing over and over again. And that's exactly what the Obedience are doing. They are doing the same thing that has been done in the past over again. And what is that thing they are doing? They are putting their support behind one individual that is a member of the establishment. To even make it worse, this individual is friends with people that they don't like. As recent as 6 months ago, they didn't like these people 6 months ago, but because they put all their support behind that one individual, Obi, even though they don't like El-Rufai or Malami or Atiku, they did not like them 6 months ago, but because Obi said, these guys are my senior brothers, these guys are my colleagues, these guys are my people, I love them. So they now decide, we are going to support you and your coalition with the people that we don't like, and we're just going to gamble again. Let's see what our future holds. But unfortunately, even if you guys are successful, let's assume that your movement is successful. What is going to happen is those guys that you don't like, those guys that you did not like just 6 months ago, they are going to be the ones in power. And they are going to be the ones in control of your transportation, your health, your education, and your security. And I can bet my life that if those same guys are in control of these factors of your life that I just mentioned, your life is going to remain hell because they've done it in the past. And we saw the end result of what they did. And now you're putting your support behind them indirectly through Obi.
because you are emotional. How about you tell yourselves the truth? Even the Obi that you guys are overhyping, what did he do? You claim that Obi made Anambra State have the best education in Nigeria. Where is that coming from? Can anybody remind me when Anambra State was spectacular as far as education or any other metrics of life? I don't remember, because if that had happened in the last 30 years, 40 years, I would have remembered. But I don't remember. And I don't need to have visited Anambra State before I know. Because when Obudu happened, I have never been to Obudu before, but we heard about it all over the country. And we were rooting for Obudu. Tell me what spectacular came out of Anambra under Obi that the entire country knew about. There is nothing, but you guys have decided to make up things out of thin air just to prop up the guy as your savior. That's your choice, but it has a consequence. And the consequence is you will suffer. Assuming Obi wins. I doubt he's going to be able to win, but let's even assume he wins. In fact, a part of me is even rooting for them. This sounds crazy. I know this sounds crazy, but a part of me is rooting for them because I want this to be over with. So that once the guy gets in power and they start crying again, then they can move on to the next phase of their lives. But unfortunately, they are wasting everybody's time. Because now, some of you guys in 2015, calculate your age between 2015 and 2027. That's like 12 years later. So maybe you were 28 back then. You're going to be 40 in 2027, and you're still allowing these same people waste your life away. It doesn't make any sense. But I'm just going to give this final. My brother, please feel free to interject at any time. I also wanted to react to what Sowore said there. Sowore, in that interview with Peter Aka, I believe that's his name, Peter. I like Peter. I am a fan of Peter. You know, I believe Peter is an obedient. I believe he is, you know, but that doesn't mean I can't be a fan of his because he's an obedient. I still like the guy because he's a proper activist. He goes out there, he's speaking, he's putting his voice out there. I absolutely respect him. But I love the response that Sowore gave to him. And in all fairness, you know, when Peter was saying stuff about, imagine if Obi was the president, Atiku was the vice president, and Sowore is the Senate president. And, you know, Sowore responded to that and said, I'm not going to be a Senate president under these guys. And then Peter's rebuttal to that was, it was just an analogy. I agree with Peter. That was an analogy because although he said Obi as president and Sowore as Senate president.
Many will say that is not actually a coincidence that he used Obi as an analogy of being a president. I think that is the level of dropping some seeds of planting the seeds of some social engineering in the minds of people.
Engineering. Yeah, it is social engineering.
People would see that. Well, it might actually be right that it might be true that he's just painting an analogy, but the characters he infused in those positions, he did that quite deliberately.
I agree. You see, 100% I agree. I feel like someone like Peter, he is also a victim of social engineering. We all are. We all are victims of social engineering to a degree. So based on Peter's community, and now I'm assuming he's an obedient. I believe he is actually because I see him hanging around him. In their community, they always say stuff like, man, it would be nice if Sowore stop accusing our principal because our principal is the opposition. Why is Sowore being an opposition to the opposition? It would be nice if Sowore can become EFCC chairman under their principal. Those are the kind of things they say to make themselves happy. And although I believe Peter putting out that ideology was genuine, but the way he phrased it and the positions that he put the people shows that the social engineering is manifesting, because that was what naturally came out of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
That Sowore should be under Obi somehow, some way. Sowore, go and get experience as the governor of Ondo State. Go and get experience as the chairman of EFCC. Go and get experience as Senate president. That's what they are saying. They are putting that into the ether. However, It's not going to work. Sowore gave a perfect response. And what was the response? Don't you guys have, that's you the LP, because back then you were LP, now you're ADC because you have no ideology. You stand for nothing, you fall for everything. Like I said earlier, back then you guys were LP, now you are ADC. Through your cloud chasing, you were able to bring in some individuals into the House of Assembly, and they are LP members. They were under the obedience umbrella. What are they doing today? How come we've never heard anything from them? How come when those House of Rep members were distributed 300 million naira SUVs, they collected? How come during the argument against passing the electronic result of the votes, how come their voice were never heard? How come? So you're telling me, Sowore, to collapse what I have going on, come and join forces with Obi and the other criminals from PDP and APC that are now in ADC. You want me to come and join you guys for the sake of opposition. Then when we get into power and these guys start sabotaging your lives, my own reputation can be damaged. No, that's not going to happen. It's better Sowore does not even get into power. We know they're desperate for power. We did desperate for a better society. And if that desperation for power be our issue, we can easily form a coalition with the same criminals from PDP and APC. And trust me, many of them have been reaching out to guys like Sowore for the longest time. They've been reaching out to him because he's the one that they respect. He's the one that they fear. A guy like Obi.
Sowore will have easily been a minister under Goodluck Jonathan as far as that time of Goodluck. In fact, Sowore said it now, that he was reached out to, and he even mentioned the name of the person that Goodluck Jonathan sent to him to come and tell him that you are needed in the government. President Goodluck Jonathan actually wanted to reward your work because you actually helped him to gain insight to the state of health of Yar'Adua, when even him as a vice president could not gain access to that information. And your platform really helped in putting things straight. And of course, they wanted to reward him with a ministerial position. But he said he wasn't very much interested in the whole thing. All right. So as far back as that, he will have been a minister. But by now, in the Nigerian political scheme of things, he will have most likely been a governor, and of course, maybe perhaps a senator, and of course, now gone into office, really. But he did not want to play any of that game, and he was very much deliberate with that. And of course, he should be respected. Many people would call that he's not a good strategist. He will have taken the position and just walked through the power. But well, the man has really carved out what he wants, and there's he has yeah.
And guess what? That's what Nigerians expect him to do.
Yeah,
they want him to pursue that route. Why didn't you collect minister under Jonathan? Maybe by now we would have trusted you more to be campaigning under the presidency. But if he had done that, he would have been tainted. He would have been completely tainted because he would have failed. Whatever position he was under, minister, whatever, governor, senator, he would have failed. We would have still remained the poverty capital of the world today. We would have still remained the hopeless country with the lowest life expectancy today. Even if Sowore had joined Jonathan as a minister, or joined Buhari as whatever, or joined any one of these guys, we would still be where we are today. So now that Sowore did not join them, do we not have respect for Sowore for not joining them? But these Nigerians, you see, unfortunately, and this is part of the Nigerian culture and psychology that people need to get rid of. Nigerians that are victims of these criminal politicians, they will be telling Sowore that, but Sowore, Shebi, they told you that they want you come and become part of our government. What does that mean? Come and become part of our government. In a normal society where people are decent human beings, when people say come and become part of our government, they want to bring you in because you have some expertise to improve the standard of living of the people and the environment. But in our society, when they tell someone, come and become the part of the government, it's because they perceive you as a threat and they would rather have you working with them because that protects them. If you're on the opposite side, you that they perceive as a threat, you're going to continue exposing them and people are going to continue disliking them. And that's why they are inviting you to come and become a part of the government so that you can be on their side. But Nigerians, I know Nigerians, they know these things that I'm saying because I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'm just an average guy. But even though they understand that this is how it works, and they know if they are being truthful to themselves, they know that this is how it works, but they still expect you to partake in that criminality. And that's why they are not supporting someone like Sowore, because they see Sowore as Sowore does not want to partake in the criminality, but he's too stubborn. I don't like him. Let's go and support someone else that is.
He's trying to be like a pope. He wants to be stainless. He wants to be spotless. That is playing the saint game. That the saint game cannot work anywhere in the world. And I'm not beginning to wonder, is it really playing the saint game? Because if they are actually making this accusation, it's also very much logical for one to really subject it to the highest level. But is there any sense in that? Can we even see any traces of him trying to play the "I am the only righteous man in Nigeria" kind of game? Because if that is the game he's playing, then that I think it's cause for concern. But I don't think that is the game he's playing.
Brother, let's analyze this together. If Sowore was playing a saint game, you know the easiest way to get into the hearts of Nigerians? Religion. Just simply tell them that I'm a Christian. Oh, I'm a Christian. I go to Redeem Church. Oh, I'm a deacon in Redeem. Oh, I'm a Muslim. I'm an Alpha. Federal government, make sure that you sponsor the pilgrimage. We want to make sure that you bring out 50 billion naira so that you can pay for pilgrimage, because we deserve to travel for pilgrimage. If that was the kind of activism that Sowore was pursuing, these Nigerians would like him. Sowore, if he was trying to play a saint like they are lying that he is, Sowore would not be against
and we have had
everything that you guys like.
We have had such people become, like for instance, we have two pastors as governors now in Nigeria. One in Benue, one in Akwa Ibom. They are pastors. They were heads of pastors in their church. And of course, we've also had a pastor as the vice president. Oh wow, my PC is about to off, unfortunately. My system don't load.
You don't try. No, brother, comrade, you've done great today, my brother.
Shut down at any minute from now. But let me see if I can on the chain. Let me see, because this angle where we don't reach so now a very important angle, and we have to land on a very good note. Maybe perhaps in the next 30 minutes. But as it is now, it's saying the battery don't look pata pata. So, but well, maybe you should have your final thoughts. Let's take your final remark, then we'll end it. Yeah.
Bottom line is, Nigerian people, we are the laughing stock of the world. Bro, everybody is laughing at us everywhere. Everybody is making fun of us everywhere, every time. Period. We've gotten to a stage now where we are at the bottom. We are the, what's the word? We've hit rock bottom. And we've been at this stage for years, for a long time. We need to start telling ourselves the truth. We need to start standing for something and not falling for everything. If you're one of those obedients, you are falling for everything. I'm just going to tell you directly. Like I said, I'm not claiming to be the smartest guy in the room, but one thing I know for sure is if you're following someone that is following your enemies, and he has blatantly told you that your enemies are his senior brothers, they are his mentor, he looks up to them, they are his colleagues, he wouldn't do anything different from them, then you are digging your own grave by following that individual. That's number one. And this sounds harsh, and the fact that I'm saying it in a harsh way, I know many of you are going to be emotional and you're not going to listen. I get it. That's fine. But you would have to deal with the consequences. We are all dealing with the consequences, all of us. We are all suffering because many of you guys refuse to throw these guys in the garbage where they belong. You keep on following the same people that have brought us to this mess because they know how to convince you and because you are weak. You need to stop it for your own benefit, for your own future. Stand up for something, stop falling for everything. And that's my rounding up statement. Thank you so much.
On that note, thank you so much, African Wahala. Thank you so very much. On that note, we'll say thank you so much. We'll round things up now. Bye-bye. And of course, we'll see you tomorrow for another fresh edition of our program on Civic Space. Thank you so much to our TikTok family, to our X family, and to our YouTube family. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.